Chapter 644. No matter how restless the atmosphere in the vast outer court square was, it would eventually calm down. It was only until the start of another battle that the atmosphere once again became oppressive and explosive. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian no longer had the time to care about the situation on the stage. At this moment, he had exhausted too much of his energy, and there were many injuries all over his body. He was afraid that today, he would not be able to participate in the next battle. However, Yan Chutian was able to accept this. After all, as long as he did not get first place, there would be no difference between him and one of the top 8. Because in the end, it was still the time to be picked. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian did not think too much and quickly calmed his heart. Then, he slowly used the mysterious yang qi condensation, silently absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi to heal his injuries. Unfortunately, the following result was as expected. Even with the help of the mysterious yang qi condensation, his injuries did not recover much. The battle of the top 8 came to an end under the sound of an ancient bell. Immediately after, even if the 8 of them were given some time to rest, only a quarter of an hour later, a silver river appeared in the sky once again. Obviously, the draw for the top 4 was about to begin. Although he knew that his chances were not high, he still had to go through the motions. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately stepped into the area covered by the silver river. Not long after, a light pillar descended from the silver river, enveloping the 8 of them one by one and connecting them on the square. Yan Chutian took the time to look at his opponent and could not help but bitterly smile. Originally, his injuries were not small and he did not have much hope of advancing. However, his opponent was still Luo Yu. Not to mention that Luo Yu's ranking was originally higher than Guohong's, just her current situation, compared to before, did not seem to have exhausted much of her energy. In this way, how could he still have any hope? At the same time, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes also looked over. After seeing that her opponent was Yan Chutian, a complicated expression flashed across her face. However, Yan Chutian did not look at Luo Yu for too long, because the opening battle of the top 4 was Cher's. Even if he didn't have much hope, he still hoped that Cher would be able to climb higher and higher. Because only in this way would she be able to receive more attention after entering the inner sect, allowing her cultivation path to be smoother. However, how could the current Cher possibly care about her own situation? Instead, her beautiful eyes were tightly fixed on Yan Chutian's feet. This was because there was a pillar of light extending from the bottom of his feet, connecting with Luo Yu's feet. Brother Yan Yu, Cher subconsciously opened her mouth, but unexpectedly, Yan Chutian gently shook his head and interrupted her words. With his understanding of Cher, how could he not know what the former was worried about? Cher, if you can enter the top 4, Brother Yan will grant you a wish, how about it? Yan Chutian spoke slowly, and his words were clearly very effective. This caused Cher's expression to change as she asked in surprise, "Really?" "Yes." Yan Chutian nodded with a faint smile and caressed the girl's head. As for the girl, she squinted her beautiful eyes in comfort. Her delicate and exquisite expression made it hard to tell what she was thinking. Dong, the ancient bell finally rang out again not long after. This also meant that the competition for the top 4 had begun. The competition for the top 4 was equally exciting. However, when the competition for the top 4 came to an end, everyone felt that even though it was also an exciting competition for the top 4, it seemed to lack some excitement compared to the previous competition for the top 8. Especially the battle between Yan Chutian and Guohong, it could be said to be filled with ups and downs. Until the last moment, it was impossible to know the result. In the end, the top 4 were occupied by Cher, Yi Linlang, Luo Yu, and Tong Kong. However, even though Yan Chutian was no longer in the top 4, there were still many gazes that looked towards Yan Chutian from time to time. They had a feeling that if the latter hadn't met Guohong before the top 8, there was a high chance that he would have been one of the top 4. After the top 4, it was time to compete for the top 2. Yan Chutian even told Cher that if she could enter the top 2, he would grant her another wish. Unfortunately, in the drawing of lots before the competition, Cher's opponent was Yi Linlang. In the end, even though Cher had used all her skills, she still lost to Yi Linlang. This scene made many people feel that it was a pity. After all, Cher could be said to be the biggest dark horse besides Yan Chutian. But on second thought, encountering Yi Linlang was an unavoidable result. After all, with Yi Linlang's strength, who could defeat him in the outer sect? In the other match of the top 2, Tong Kong lost to Luo Yu. Both of them were injured, but their strength was preserved. As a result, the battle was extremely exciting. However, Luo Yu also displayed a strength that matched her own. She was ranked second, only below Yi Linlang. From the beginning to the end, she used an endless stream of attacks to firmly suppress Tong Kong. Knowing that the former's physical body was extremely strong, she pulled away from him and continuously attacked with the power of qi. In the end, it was with such a clear vision that Tong Kong had no choice but to admit defeat at her hands. Luo Yu's victory was mostly a matter of course. After all, she was only ranked below Yi Linlang in the outer sect. There were even rumors that if it wasn't for her playful nature, or if it wasn't for the love of her parents and sister, she should have been able to compete with her sister, Luo Shuang. One had to know that Luo Shuang was originally an outer sect disciple, and was of the same generation as Yi Linlang and the others. However, even so, she was directly inducted into the Xianling lineage a long time ago. It could be seen how outstanding she was. However, this could only be imagined. After all, everyone vaguely knew that no one was able to compete with her. Everyone could compare to Luo Shuang's obsession with cultivation. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that no one in the outer sect could compare to her infatuated attitude. Dong! While everyone was lost in their thoughts, the ancient bell that symbolized the battle for first place finally rang out and shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, countless gazes that contained hidden anxiousness were directed towards the only stage on the square. No matter who had a higher chance of winning this battle, it meant that the first place of the outer sect would be decided. As the bell gradually faded away, Luo Yu's pretty face turned solemn. This was because she could sense just how powerful Yi Linlang had become. In such a situation, she didn't have the slightest confidence in winning. However, retreating without a fight wasn't her style. No matter how strong Yi Linlang was, if he wanted her to retreat without a fight, it would be no different from a fool's dream. Thus, in the next instant, the aura around Luo Yu's delicate body surged crazily. Within the surging aura, there was an indescribable cold air that gradually filled the air. It wasn't that Luo Yu hadn't revealed such a cold aura earlier, so everyone knew how powerful it was. If one was tainted by it, even if it wouldn't be fatal, the situation would become extremely troublesome. However, it was difficult for them to know if this method would also be a threat to Yi Linlang. Hua, in the blink of an eye, as the surging aura surged, the surging cold air had already followed the surging aura and swept towards Yi Linlang. However, a scene that caused everyone to be shocked, and also caused Luo Yu's pretty face to change suddenly appeared. The crazily pouring aura and cold air was actually torn apart in front of Yi Linlang's raised right finger. No matter how surging the aura was, it could only surge past Yi Linlang's body and was unable to cause the slightest bit of damage. 10,000 immortals thrown. As her expression changed, Luo Yu's jade-like hands once again formed a seal. Within the surging aura, dense immortal aura continuously rose. In the end, it condensed into a white lotus seat in the sky. The lotus seat's aura was calm, and the aura that it emitted was also extremely peaceful. However, only those who knew how terrifying the killing power that erupted from such a peaceful lotus seat would be if it was suppressed. However, looking at such a lotus seat, there was no shock on Yi Linlang's face. Instead, a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. Immediately after, He used a soft voice that only the two of them could hear and slowly opened his mouth. 10,000 immortals throne, what a familiar spirit art. I didn't expect Shuang to have taught you this spirit art. Hearing this, Luo Yu didn't reply. She didn't know the specific relationship between the other party and her sister, but it was likely that there wouldn't be any result. After all, her sister's obsession with cultivation had already reached a level that ordinary people couldn't imagine. It was as if in her eyes, there was nothing else other than cultivation. Sogu. Chapter 645. Luo Yu did not respond to Yi Linlang. She only controlled the pure lotus seat and slowly descended. As the lotus seat descended, it stirred up a wave of ripples in the air. However, it was this seemingly insignificant wave that easily tore apart space. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying destructive power was contained in the lotus seat at the source of this ripple. However, under the gaze of everyone, Yi Linlang still only raised his palm lightly. Immediately after, spiritual energy surged in his palm. The surging spiritual energy was as gentle as its appearance. However, when the gentle spiritual energy burst out, it was extremely tyrannical and directly pierced through the lotus seat. Then, like a maggot attached to a bone, the lotus seat continuously melted in a few breaths of time. When the lotus seat completely descended above Yi Linlang's head, there was only a little bit of power left. Facing such a remnant power, even if he didn't move, it would be difficult to injure it in the slightest. Although everyone had expected such a scene, they still couldn't hide the shock on their faces. From the beginning to the end, Yi Linlang's performance was almost invincible. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian was also secretly shocked. This Yi Linlang's strength was truly extremely strong. The current him probably didn't even need to fear a 9th-level Yuanian cultivator. He was strong enough to fight head-on. As expected, the Heaven Realm was full of geniuses, and this Yi Linlang was enough to be one of them. He didn't need to watch anymore because from this scene, it could be seen that Luo Yu's defeat was certain. The final result was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. From the beginning to the end, Yi Linlang did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he easily disintegrated his opponent's attacks with absolute strength. All of the attacks were useless. Even Luo Shui naturally couldn't bring herself to be humiliated again. She directly flew off the stage. On the other hand, Luo Yu had taken the initiative to leave the arena. Even if she didn't say anything, everyone already understood that Yi Linlang had won this battle. Furthermore, from the crowd's point of view, Yi Linlang's victory was well-deserved. Immediately after, cheers resounded throughout the plaza. Yi Linlang stood on the stage with a gentle expression on his face. He smiled faintly as he enjoyed this moment of supreme appearance that belonged to him. At the same time, an indifferent voice that only he could hear echoed in the air. Luo Shuang, I'm finally one step closer to you. Looking at Yi Linlang enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Yan Chutian couldn't say how envious he was. After all, he had long since enjoyed a similar, or perhaps even greater, glory. Right now, he was only thinking about how he could enter the Cloud Sky faction. However, no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to come up with a method. After all, he was clearly aware that if it was the time for the 8 meridians to choose, then they wouldn't give him the slightest chance to interfere. Big Brother Yan, in Cher's heart, you are the most powerful. Just as Yan Chutian was at a loss of what to do, the girl beside him gently held his hand. Looking over, he saw that the girl beside him was looking at him with a smile on her face. This made Yan Chutian feel a little warm in his heart, because he knew that Cher had misunderstood his emotions because he had stopped in the top 8. However, he didn't explain anything. Instead, he gently stroked the girl's head again, his heart filled with disappointment. Forget it, when the time comes, there will be a way. Moreover, no matter how worried he was now, it was useless. At this point, the assessment was nearing its end. However, it wasn't truly over yet, because the top 3 had yet to be decided. Yi Linlang was the champion and Luo Yu was second. However, the third position had to be decided between Cher and Tong Kong. In the end, what made Yan Chutian happy was that the third position was taken by Cher, who had entered the top 3. At this point, the assessment was truly over. Above, several outer sect elders flew over one after another, finally appearing in front of Yan Chutian and the rest of the 8. This was because these 8 people would stand out from the rest and eventually enter the inner sect. These 8 people were the top 8 disciples of the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. The assessment came to an end. Under the setting sun, a large number of disciples left the square one after another. Among these disciples who left one after another, there was already one hot news after another. Among them, there was Yi Linlong's invincible talent and Luo Yu's valiant strength. Of course, there was also Yan Chutian, the dark horse who had defeated Guohong in a domineering manner. Although Yan Chutian had stopped in the top 8, in many disciples' eyes, he should have the strength to enter the top 4 or even go further. After all, the power that erupted from the mysterious reversal at the end was too terrifying. Perhaps only Yi Linlang would be able to resist it with his strong foundation. When the news spread, those disciples who had contact with Yan Chutian, regardless of whether they were present or not, all had complicated expressions. It was hard for them to imagine that this new disciple, who could be said to have been looked down upon by them not long ago, could reach such a stage in such a short time. Deep in the cave of Qingshan, after sitting cross-legged until late at night, Yan Chutian finally felt that he had stabilized his condition. He slowly retracted his cultivation and stood up. Tomorrow would be the time when the 8 inner sect disciples would be chosen to enter the inner sect. Yan Chutian was well aware that even if they could enter the hall, besides Yi Linlang, no one else would have the chance to speak. They could only passively listen to the selection. And the question was, how could he be chosen by the Cloud Sky faction? Just as Yan Chutian couldn't help but think of a method, there was a sudden knock on the door of his cave dwelling. This caused Yan Chutian to immediately be on guard. He felt that he had laid down a perception array at the foot of the mountain. However, the other party had appeared right outside his cave abode without making a sound. But as his perception spread out, he suddenly realized that this aura belonged to Cher. Even though he found it inconceivable, since it was Cher, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. He stood up, walked towards the door of the cave dwelling, and opened it. As the door opened, Yan Chutian's eyes abruptly narrowed. The person who had appeared before him was indeed Cher. But besides her, there was also a beautiful girl behind her. Yan Chutian clearly remembered this beautiful girl. She was the one who had appeared in the plaza today, the representative of the Freezing Sky faction. As a result, it was understandable that she had appeared before his cave dwelling without a sound. After all, she had already stepped into the heavenly source stage. Yan Chutian didn't believe that Cher would bring others to harm him. Moreover, he was an outer sect disciple of the Firmament God Palace who was about to enter the inner sect. She had no reason to harm him. That was why when he thought about it for a moment, he understood that this beautiful woman wanted to bring Shui air into Freezing Sky. If she was an ordinary disciple, this beautiful girl probably wouldn't need to discuss with him. But Cher happened to be related to Luo Yu. It was very likely that she would be brought into the Profound Spirit faction along with her. Therefore, her own opinion became very important. But her opinion was clearly the same as his. She wanted to enter the Cloud Sky faction as well? As expected, Shui quickly said, "Brother Yan, I've thought of a way to help you." Hearing this, how could Yan Chutian not understand that Shui might want to follow the other party into the lineage of Freezing Sky and use this opportunity to help her enter the lineage of Cloud Sky? But he didn't want the girl to go against her own heart for him. Moreover, the selection of the disciples of the faction concerned the balance of the 8 factions. He was a little doubtful. Did this beautiful girl have the right to influence him? As if she had noticed Yen Chutian's doubtful gaze, the beautiful girl looked over with an indifferent gaze. With just a glance, she pressured Yen Chutian to the point where he almost knelt on the ground. Elder Shui, don't make things difficult for Brother Yen. He, feeling the immense pressure, Shui hurriedly spoke. Under her words, that peerless beauty dispersed the pressure. But in just a short moment, Yen Chutian was already sweating profusely. You don't need to doubt me. I have my eyes on Cher. That's why I want to respect her opinion. I just didn't expect that she would fight for you. But I also didn't expect that you didn't want to enter the Tianyang faction, but the Cloud Sky faction. The beautiful girl was indeed surprised. After all, the Cloud Sky faction was already on the decline. They only showed signs of rising because of the appearance of the first disciple. But now, the first disciple hadn't appeared for a long time. There were even rumors that he was suspected to have died. Even though she didn't know whether it was true or false, the Tianyang faction had already increased their dominance and was purposely suppressing the Cloud Sky faction. So no matter who it was, they should know what choice to make, right? Sogu. Chapter 646. But after thinking about it for a moment, the beautiful woman understood. No matter what, the Cloud Sky faction still had the title of the #1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Because of that, even if the situation was getting worse every day, there would still be some disciples who would want to enter the Firmament God Palace. After all, there was Yen Chutian, who was one of the 10 prodigies of the Heaven Realm. So why couldn't they follow his path and become one of the 10 prodigies? But the beautiful woman knew too well that the #1 disciple, Yen Chutian, had a mysterious background. He didn't grow up in the Firmament God Palace. Instead, he appeared out of nowhere and became the #1 disciple. He even became one of the 10 prodigies of the Heaven Realm. But how could it be easy for him to become one of the 10 prodigies of the Heaven Realm? Or else, the Firmament God Palace, the legendary ruler of the Heaven Realm and one of the 6 forces under the Immortal Palace, wouldn't only have one disciple who became one of the 10 prodigies. This position wasn't something that could be reached with just talent and comprehension. More importantly, it was luck. Luck that could reach the top. Yen Chutian didn't explain in the face of the beautiful woman's question. Because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to explain it. After all, he couldn't say that he was originally a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction and that he just wanted to return. But the beautiful woman didn't ask any more questions, because in her eyes, she had already seen through Yen Chutian's thoughts. Even though Yen Chutian's performance wasn't bad and could even be said to be shocking, he was still a man and didn't fit into the Freezing Sky faction. And since he couldn't enter the Freezing Sky faction, then what did it have to do with her which of the other 7 factions he entered? So she continued to speak indifferently. I can help you enter the Cloud Sky faction, but Cher must also enter the Freezing Sky faction with me. Entering the Freezing Sky faction is the best choice for her. I will also do my best to give her the best cultivation resources and environment. Since you love her so much, then you won't stop her from going forward. Perhaps one day, with her talent, she will become the most outstanding disciple of the Freezing Sky faction. Since the peerless beauty had spoken to this extent, Yen Chutian's only objection immediately dissipated into nothingness. Indeed, in Yen Chutian's original opinion, entering the lineage of Freezing Sky was the best choice for Shui. As for Cher, he didn't even need to ask. The reason why Cher brought this beautiful woman here was so that she could help him enter the Cloud Sky faction. But even so, he would not easily listen to the beautiful woman's arrangements. At the very least, he had to let the other party know that if she dared to use him as a hostage, Cher would do something that would harm herself. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he swore that he would definitely consign this beautiful woman to eternal damnation. Elder Cher, I can agree to your proposal. However, I, Yen Yun, will also make it clear that if we meet in the future, Cher will suffer any injuries. I will definitely make you, and even the entire freezing sky faction, pay the price. Originally, when the beautiful woman heard that a mere disciple of the third layer of the Yuanying faction dared to threaten her and even the entire freezing sky faction, she would definitely disdain him. After all, the freezing sky faction was one of the 8 factions of Dark God Palace. Its strength was incredibly great. Yet for some unknown reason, when she heard the young man say those words calmly, her heart skipped a beat. It was as if she really did have ill intentions towards Cher, then when she found out about it in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the beautiful woman quickly shook her head in secret. She only thought that she had truly lost her mind today. When she saw how extraordinary the disciple before her was, she instinctively believed his arrogant words. However, even though she originally wanted to ignore him, she still spoke indifferently before she left with Cher. As long as I, Shuiyun, am in the freezing sky faction, then I will not let anyone bully her. On the other hand, if you want to threaten the freezing sky faction, then with your current strength, it will be laughable. As her voice faded, the peerless beauty and Shui-Er's figures silently disappeared before Yan Chutian's eyes. Seeing this, Yan Chutian could only secretly clench his right fist. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. If it was in his previous life, even if the other party had stepped into the Heaven Origin stage, he would not be afraid. It was not an exaggeration to say that when he was at the 8th layer of the Heaven Origin stage, who in the entire Dark God Palace, regardless of whether they were disciples or elders, could be said to be his opponent? But when he thought about it again, some of the unpleasant feeling in Yan Chutian's heart disappeared. Because in his opinion, the beautiful woman had truly taken a fancy to Cher's talent and wanted to nurture her wholeheartedly. Moreover, this way, he would be able to smoothly enter the Cloud Sky faction and take a big step closer to meeting his master. After a sleepless night, at dawn the next day, Yan Chutian impatiently rushed to the great hall of the sect. When he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the many disciples outside the palace. Because he was one of the top 8 disciples and had already stepped into the doorstep of the inner sect. In many people's opinion, he even had the strength to fight for the top 4 or even the top 3. Arriving outside the great hall, Yan Chutian did not care about the attention of the surrounding crowd and immediately stepped into the great hall that was the focus of everyone's attention. Yan Chutian's reaction immediately caused the displeasure of several disciples in the crowd. However, they only dared to act up after Yan Chutian entered the great hall. Previously, they had remained silent and were very insignificant. However, today was different from the past. While these disciples were displeased and even slandered him in a low voice, more disciples immediately stood up and discussed about Yan Chutian's reputation. This immediately caused the faces of the envious disciples to turn red. Under the gazes of countless people, how could they dare to slander him? After stepping into the great hall, he looked around. The top 8 disciples were all present. Yi Linlang was at the head and his expression was still calm and indifferent. After him was Luo Yu and Cher. When Cher saw him, her originally gloomy face immediately lit up with joy. However, due to the current situation, she could only blink at Yan Chutian. She did not say anything and could not even approach him. At the top of the great hall, it was not only the 4 inner sect elders who had appeared, but a total of 8 factions. Clearly, at this time, none of the factions would sit still and wait for death. Instead, they had come to select disciples that they liked. Although they did not necessarily come to recruit disciples, they could still use a disciples' quota to exchange for a corresponding cultivation resource from other factions that wanted to recruit more disciples. Although Yan Chutian knew about this, he was not good at it. The reason for that was because he disliked this sort of scheming. However, he was rather curious. Was that beautiful woman really able to arrange for him to enter the Cloud Sky faction and Shui-Er to enter the Freezing Sky faction through this sort of scheming? Not to mention himself, just based on Shui-Er's performance, including Luo Yu's profound spirit faction, there would definitely be many factions that would want to recruit her. However, Yan Chutian also understood that he could only wait for the arrangement. Moreover, the other party's performance last night was also extraordinary. Her position in the Freezing Sky faction should not be low, which was why she could say such words. Since everyone had already gathered, the elders of the 8 factions had already spoken. Therefore, the elder from the Tianyang faction took a small step forward and spoke slowly to Yan Chutian. Yi Linlang, as the champion of the exam, you will be given a Heaven Heart Pill. You can also freely choose to join one of the 8 inner sect factions of the Dark God Palace. Hearing the 2 words Heavenly Heart Pill, even Luo Yu, who had an extraordinary background, had a slight change in her pretty face. It was obvious that the Heaven Heart Pill was not an ordinary pill. Yan Chutian understood this. The Heaven Heart Pill was extraordinary. As long as Yi Linlang used it properly, not only would he be able to step into the 9th layer of the Yuanying realm, it would also not be difficult for him to touch the threshold of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, Yan Chutian couldn't say that he was envious of the Heavenly Heart Pill. After all, he had seen and used even the highest grade spirit pills before. A mere Heaven Heart Pill would not cause his expression to change. At the same time, Yi Linlang bowed slightly. At the same time, his indifferent voice slowly rang out in the hall. Thank you, Elder. Also, this disciple wishes to join the Tianyang faction. Before Yi Linlang finished speaking, the elder from the Tianyang faction had already revealed a smile. In his opinion, Yi Linlang was a sensible person. He knew that the Tianyang faction was prominent in the inner sect and took the initiative to join. Or else, if a new top outer disciple did not join the Tianyang faction and instead joined one of the other 7 factions, even if he was foolish, he would still tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Sun lineage to a certain extent. Sogu. Chapter 647. At the same time, when the other 7 elders heard that Yi Linlang was willing to join the Tianyang faction, they weren't surprised. Because they understood that although the Tianyang faction didn't dominate the inner sect, it was close. Therefore, it was natural for him to want to join the most prosperous Tianyang faction. Okay, then you will join the Tianyang faction. Once the selection is over, you will enter the inner sect with me. You can leave. The Tianyang elder said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Linlang bowed slightly and retreated to the back of the hall. After Yi Linlang made his choice, Yan Chutian also became slightly nervous, because it was time for the elders of the 8 factions to choose their disciples. He didn't know if that unfamiliar elder of the Cloud Sky bloodline would choose him to join his sect. However, at this time, the decline of the Cloud Sky faction was also gradually revealed. The elders who spoke at this time were mostly those who were confident in their faction. Thus, the elder of the Freezing Sky faction, who was the beautiful woman, took a step forward and looked towards Cher. Yan Shui, are you willing to join the Freezing Sky faction? When she said this, Luo Yu's face twitched, but she didn't say anything in the end. After all, the representative elder of the Xianling faction had already said that they wouldn't be able to take Yan Shui into their faction. Luo Yu didn't need to think too much to understand that the elder of the Freezing Sky faction had talked to the elder of the Xianling faction. Although she didn't know what the process was, the result was like this. When the beautiful woman spoke, how could Yan Shui not agree? She immediately bowed and said slowly, I will follow Elder Shuiyun's wishes. When she said this, the elders of the other 7 factions, no matter if they knew or not, all understood that the Freezing Sky faction had talked to the Xianling faction before. Shortly after, the middle-aged male elder of the Freezing Sky faction also spoke slowly. His intention was naturally to recruit Luo Yu into the Xianling faction. Luo Yu also agreed to this. Although her mother was only an outer court elder, her father was a person with quite a high status in the inner court profound spirit bloodline. Therefore, it could be said that from the moment she and her sister Luo Shuang were born, they were destined to enter the Xianling sect. During this process, Yen Chutian kept an eye on the strange man representing the Cloud Sky bloodline. She didn't disappoint his expectations, or perhaps it could be said that the beautiful woman Shui Yun had already negotiated with him. After a while, she finally spoke slowly. Yen Yun, are you willing to join my Cloud Sky faction? Hearing these words, Yen Chutian was extremely moved. After waiting for so long, how could he not want to return to Cloud Sky? However, just as he was about to nod his head, he suddenly felt a formless pressure enveloping him, making him unable to nod his head, let alone speak. Following which, the Tianyang faction elders' faint laughter slowly resounded in the hall. Long Bluestone. Elder, our Tianyang branch also values this Yenyun. Therefore, the Tianyang branch is willing to pay the corresponding price in exchange for this disciple to enter the Tianyang branch. How about it? Although the words of the Tianyang branch elder were warm, there was a sense of oppression within his words. Actually, in the eyes of the Tianyang branch elder, even if Yen Chutian's performance was not bad, it was not worth paying the price in exchange for him to enter the Tianyang branch. After all, although his performance in the test was extraordinary, what he relied on was nothing more than his methods. However, when recruiting disciples, which one of them didn't value talent and comprehension ability? Speaking of methods, the Tianyang branch had plenty of profound spirit techniques, so why should they care? However, since this disciple was chosen by the Cloud Sky bloodline, they could fight for him. Towards the sudden interruption of the Tianyang branch elder, the expression of the Cloud Sky bloodline elder Bluestone didn't change at all. He unconsciously waved his sleeve and dispersed the suppression around Yen Chutian. Following which, he immediately opened his mouth and said, Elder Lei Jun, I am really sorry. Our Cloud Sky bloodline values this disciple too much. I'm afraid we can't give in. Before his voice landed, a faint smell of gunpowder had already spread out. However, towards this, the Tianyang branch elder Lei Jun only smiled indifferently. Then, he looked towards Yen Chutian below and finally continued to speak. This is simple. Since both sides are willing to fight, then let this disciple choose for himself. I think that Elder Bluestone will also respect this disciple's own wishes, right? From Lei Jun's point of view, who wouldn't want to enter the Tianyang branch? Moreover, after this, the price that the Tianyang branch had to pay could be reduced. This Cloud Sky bloodline was a bunch of idiot. No wonder it was declining day by day. However, what made him feel a little uneasy was that even though he had said it so clearly, Bluestone still had a faint smile on his face as he slowly said, That's good. This made Lei Jun feel a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he directly looked at Yen Chutian. Are you willing to enter my Tianyang branch? Seeing this Lei Jun, although Yen Chutian didn't have any enmity with him, because of his interference, he felt a little unhappy in his heart. Therefore, even though he still spoke respectfully, there was a trace of impatience in his tone. Thank you for your appreciation, Elder Lei Jun, but this disciple wants to enter the Cloud Sky bloodline to cultivate. I hope that Elder will agree. Before he finished speaking, apart from Cher, Elder Shuiyun, and Bluestone of the Cloud Sky bloodline, the other elders and disciples were all shocked. Because in their opinion, no matter what, Yen Chutian should have chosen the Tianyang branch. Why would he choose the Cloud Sky bloodline? Even though the matters in the inner sect were somewhat suppressed, it still faintly spread out. The Cloud Sky bloodline was originally inferior to the Tianyang, and it was only because of the appearance of the number one disciple that they barely managed to turn the situation around. But now, the number one disciple had not appeared for a long time. News of his suspected death had spread, causing the Cloud Sky bloodline to become even more serious. His bloodline was getting worse and worse. But even so, he still insisted on choosing the Cloud Sky bloodline, and even rejected the recruitment of the Tianyang bloodline. At this moment, Lei Jun's expression also changed. An unconcealable ugly expression appeared. He also found it hard to imagine that the other party would actually reject his recruitment and insist on joining the Cloud Sky bloodline. Could it be that he was a fool? You should think carefully. My Tianyang bloodline is... Lei Jun immediately spoke again, but unexpectedly, Elder Bluestone had already taken a step forward and blocked in front of him. He laughed and said, Elder Lei Jun, could it be that you want to use your power to oppress a new disciple who has just entered the inner sect? Hearing this, even though he was unwilling in his heart, Lei Jun could only immediately restrain his aura. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, the Tianyang bloodline would really lose face because of it. However, he naturally wouldn't ignore such a matter. He inadvertently swept his gaze towards Yan Chutian, and there was already a hint of an unappreciative gaze. Heh. Since Elder Bluestone had already negotiated, it would have been better to just say it directly. There was no need to cause such a commotion. At the same time, Lei Jun also laughed coldly. His words were filled with Bluestone, who had already secretly communicated with Yan Chutian. However, after hearing this, Bluestone only smiled and didn't say anything. He only faintly smiled as he looked towards Yan Chutian. There was a hint of admiration between his brows. Yen Yun, when the bloodline selection is over, you will return to the Cloud Sky bloodline with me. Yes. Seeing that the other party completely ignored his cold words, Lei Jun's expression changed again because it was as if he had punched cotton. There was no sense of relief at all. However, no matter how angry he was, he knew that he couldn't do anything. As such, he could only restrain his anger. Then, he looked towards Yan Chutian with an unappreciative gaze. From his point of view, the source of all of this was this ignorant disciple. Seeing this scene unfold, Luo Yu didn't know what to say. Yan Chutian's insistence on joining the Cloud Sky bloodline could be said to have indirectly offended the Tianyang bloodline. If in the future, the disciples of the Tianyang bloodline deliberately made things difficult for him in some important occasions, it was very likely that it would be a big blow to his future. After all, they were just new inner sect disciples. Unless they had a background, how could they fight against the older disciples in the inner sect, where there were so many Heavenly Palace realm experts? However, Luo Yu also knew that this matter was already a foregone conclusion. She could only hope that the elder of the Tianyang bloodline wouldn't be so calculative. In other words, after entering the inner sect, Yan Chutian would be more low-key and try his best to become stronger. It would be best if he could step into the Heavenly Palace realm before revealing his extraordinary strength. Following that, the various bloodlines continued to select disciples. In the end, only the Heavenly Array bloodline didn't choose. After all, the Heavenly Array bloodline only recruited disciples with outstanding attainments in Array Dao. Among the top 8, only Yan Chutian could be considered to have met the requirement. However, Yan Chutian had already joined the Cloud Sky bloodline, so how could he join the Heavenly Array bloodline? Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 648. In the end, this pulse selection event in the main hall only took less than an hour before it completely came to an end. At the same time, there were already quite a number of disciples watching from a distance. They were all curious as to who the top 8 disciples would belong to. They did not wait for too long. Very soon, an old figure slowly walked out from within the hall. The old man's aura was calm and there was not the slightest trace of arrogance. Even so, many disciples could feel an enormous pressure coming from him. Clearly, the old man's emotions were not as calm as his appearance. Hence, many disciples were bewildered. Why would such a person be angered in such a selection? What's going on? Elder Lei Jun from the Tianyang faction is followed by senior brother Yi Linlang. Could it be that he is dissatisfied with such an outstanding disciple? I don't know. However, let's be quiet. These inner sect elders are not people we can discuss. Okay. After Lei Jun and Yi Linlang left, many extremely majestic figures quickly walked out from the interior of the large hall. Although their auras were calm, they were extremely majestic. Behind them were all young figures. Only the elder from the Heavenly Array faction had no one behind him. As for the elder from the Blood Spirit faction, there were 2 disciples behind him. Under such circumstances, they naturally noticed that the person Yen Chutian was following was an elder of the Cloud Heaven lineage. They did not feel anything about this because in their opinion, other than Yi Linlang, the others had already belonged to the Xian Spirit faction and could only be selected. Moreover, although the Cloud Sky faction was weak, it was still one of the 8 inner sect factions. It was many times better than the outer sect. If they really felt something, it would only make them envious. Yen Chutian still ignored these gazes as he followed the Bluestone Elder from the Cloud Sky faction and gradually disappeared from the hall under the envious gazes of many disciples. However, Yen Chutian did not know that not long after they left, outside the palace, the news of Yen Chutian choosing between the Tianyang faction and the Yun Tian faction spread. These words immediately caused the expressions of many disciples to change. Clearly, they found it difficult to understand Yen Chutian's choice. Although they were all part of the 8 bloodlines, everyone knew that the Tianyang bloodline was the most prosperous of the 8 bloodlines, while the Cloud Sky bloodline was in decline. Even if the number 1 disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline appeared, they could only barely turn the situation around. But now, the number 1 disciple still didn't appear, and news of his suspected death spread. If it were anyone else, they would definitely choose to join Tianyang's faction instead of Yun Tian. With regards to this, no one knew exactly what Yen Chutian's intentions were. However, it was also because of this that many mocking words had already sounded out from various parts of the crowd. From their point of view, Yen Chutian did not know what was good for him. Or perhaps, he still held the fantasy of becoming the number 1 disciple in his heart. However, who did he think he was? There were many geniuses in the inner sect. If he entered, he would be like the mud in the clouds and the sea, unable to cause any waves. The elder of the Cloud Sky bloodline who was following closely behind did not expect the former to suddenly speak with a faint smile. At the same time, his gaze also looked over. "Are you not curious as to why I would rather offend Lei Jun to take you in? You should know that originally, I only did as he said and took the initiative to choose you because Elder Shui Yun of the Sky bloodline mentioned it and I didn't have any disciples that caught my eye." Bluestone's words were ambiguous. However, Yen Chutian could feel that Bluestone should hate Lei Jun, or perhaps hate the Tianyang bloodline. After all, Yen Chutian already knew that ever since he disappeared, the Tianyang bloodline had already planned to dominate the Firmament God Palace again. The first step was to suppress the Cloud Sky bloodline. This was because although the Cloud Sky bloodline was declining, a number 1 disciple like him had appeared. No matter how strong they were as a whole, they would never be able to dominate. Therefore, as an elder of the Cloud Sky bloodline, it was natural for him to hate the Tianyang bloodline. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hide anything and directly replied, "Elder Bluestone, I think elders should want to know clearly about my determination to enter the Cloud Sky bloodline." Yen Chutian's straightforward reply seemed to surprise Bluestone. However, he had been an elder for a long time and was also a heavenly origin expert. Naturally, he would not be surprised. As a result, he continued, "Since you are clear about it, it seems that you sincerely want to enter my Cloud Sky bloodline. I, Bluestone, do not care about how other people in the Cloud Sky bloodline recruit disciples. What I value the most is character. Therefore, I hope that you can be like today in the future." Hearing this, Yen Chutian didn't reply and only slightly bowed. Although he did not say it, no one could doubt his loyalty to the Cloud Sky bloodline. Because the leader of the Cloud Sky bloodline was his master, Li Tianyun. Right at this moment, Yen Chutian suddenly sensed a bit of dense spirit qi surging around him. He subconsciously raised his head, only to see a sparkling and translucent pill floating before his eyes. This is a spirit drawing pill. From the looks of it, you should have been able to break into the fourth layer of the Yuanying bloodline long ago. However, you have not done so for the sake of your foundation. This spirit-drawing pill can resolve all your worries. It can be considered a greeting gift from my Cloud Sky bloodline to a new disciple like you. Although it was a greeting gift, how could Yen Chutian not know that this was the pill that the Bluestone Elder in front of him gave him? Thus, how could Yen Chutian remain calm? He immediately bowed deeply. This was because this spirit-drawing pill was something that he really needed. With this spirit-drawing pill, he could step into the fourth layer of the Yuanying bloodline without any worries. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he obtained this spirit-drawing pill and refined it before the test, Guohong might not be able to force him to use the Xianyang vomit. Maybe he could really fight with Yi Linlang. However, Yen Chutian was right. There were no ifs in the world. Moreover, Yi Linlang's ability to twist space itself was a huge headache. If they really met, no matter how much he tangled with him, he would still be one step behind. Kiki, no need to thank me. That's right, your little lover is here. Say goodbye properly. Once you enter the inner sect, even if you are one of the 8 bloodlines, it is hard to say when you will meet again. Bluestone slowly smiled. Hearing his words, Yen Chutian was stunned. His little lover? However, he quickly understood. Because almost at the same time that Elder Bluestone finished speaking, a clear voice of a young girl rang out. Brother Yen. Immediately after, Yen Chutian felt a sweet and soft jade enter his embrace. Who else could this young girl who was tightly hugging him be other than Cher? Thinking about it, he and Cher were not related by blood. Even if they called each other brother and sister, in the eyes of Bluestone and even Shuiyun, it should be a relationship between a man and a woman, right? At this point, Yen Chutian understood that Shuiyun was not only indifferent, but also thought that he had a relationship with Cher, which was why he looked at him coldly. He did not care about this because he never cared about other people's opinions. Other people were always other people. What did it have to do with him? After burying her head for a long time, the young girl raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling. This made Yen Chutian, who was originally calm, finally couldn't help but slightly move. However, in the end, he did not say anything. He only gently rubbed the young girl's head, hiding the trace of reluctance, and then said with a faint smile, "What are you sad about? It's not like we will never meet again. You, on the other hand, should protect yourself well. Don't be infatuated with an outstanding genius and forget about Brother Yen. No, Shui will never forget Big Brother Yen." Hearing Yen Chutian's deliberately joking words, the young girl's pretty face was full of seriousness. She would never forget Yen Chutian. Never. Even if an outstanding person appeared, she would never forget him. He was the one who brought her out of the desperate situation where her family was destroyed. Moreover, in Cher's opinion, who in the world could compare to Yen Chutian, her brother Yen? After making a solemn promise, Shuer hurriedly asked, "Then will Big Brother Yen forget about Shuer?" Because when he saw those beautiful and outstanding senior sisters, he forgot about Cher. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 649. Looking at the girl's expectant face, Yen Chutian could not help but feel mischievous. He pretended to think for a moment before he slowly smiled. About that, we'll have to see Cher's performance. If Cher continues to be a nobody in the line of freezing sky, then I might really forget about you one day. Even if she could tell that Yen Chutian was purposely teasing her, Cher's face still tensed up when she heard his words. She immediately said, "You can't. Brother Yen, you can't forget about Cher. Cher will definitely make a name for herself in the line of freezing sky so that you can hear my name every day." The girl clenched her fists tightly and her face was filled with determination. When he saw this, Yen Chutian could not help but smile again. He then caressed the girl's head and comforted her. All right, I'll wait for the day you become famous." Tenderness was always short-lived, and in the blink of an eye, Yen Chutian saw the back of Shui following behind that peerless beauty as she left. When the two of them completely disappeared from his sight, Bluestone, who had been gone for a while, finally appeared. That girl is not bad. The line of freezing sky has found a good seedling this time. His voice had yet to fade when a mocking laughter rang out. Perhaps in the future, she will look down on you even if you insist on being shameless. Even though Bluestone did not look old and only had the appearance of a middle-aged man, he was at least a few hundred years old. That was why Yen Chutian could not help but cough dryly when he said such disrespectful words. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to say something, Bluestone suddenly looked at him and said with a mysterious smile, "But in my opinion, the seedling we found in the line of freezing sky is not bad. Perhaps after some training she will be able to make a name for herself in the inner sect." How could Yen Chutian not hear the encouragement in Bluestone's words? He immediately bowed slightly and responded, "I am indebted to Elder Bluestone for thinking so highly of me. I will do my best to live up to your expectations." High up in the sky, Yen Chutian had already dispersed all of his spiritual energy. He was completely guided by Bluestone as he traversed through the clouds. Although the Firmament God Palace and the inner sect were one, they were actually separated by a huge isolation array. The inner sect was the true source of the Firmament God Palace. Therefore, this isolation formation could be said to be the last protective barrier of the Firmament God Palace. Yen Chutian was very clear about the strength of this isolation array. If one didn't have a token, no matter how strong one was, they would still be crushed into nothingness by the isolation array. However, in other words, without the token, one would not even be able to find the isolation formation, let alone enter the inner gate of the Firmament God Palace. If it were in the past, he would naturally be able to enter and exit the inner sect at will. But now, if he didn't have Bluestone to guide him, his fate would be extremely miserable. And it was precisely when Bluestone was leading him through the sky that his calm voice slowly faded. It slowly sounded, "Since you are so willing to join my Cloud Sky bloodline, you must have some understanding of my Cloud Sky bloodline. But even so, I still have to explain it to you. In the Cloud Sky bloodline, or the entire 8 bloodlines of the inner sect, disciples are divided into ranks. From top to bottom, according to their identity plates, they are divided into Gold Disciple, Silver Disciple, and Bronze Disciple. Even the lowest Bronze Disciple has stepped into the Heaven's Mansion realm. So your identity is an Iron Disciple." Before Bluestone's voice died away, an identity plate was already floating in front of Yen Chutian's eyes. The latter took the jade tablet and gently tapped it, making a clanging sound. There was no doubt that it was an Iron Disciple. Although he had known this for a long time, Yen Chutian did not expect that one day, he would be reduced to the point of starting from an Iron Disciple. Although the Gold Disciple is extremely strong, above the Gold Disciple is the Jade Tablet Disciple, which is the existence of the Core Disciple. The Jade Tablet Disciple is the true peak of my Cloud Sky bloodline. At this point, Bluestone suddenly paused. He seemed to have thought of something, but his face quickly dimmed. With Yen Chutian's perception, how could he not notice the change in Bluestone's expression? And with this topic, he guessed that Bluestone must have thought of him. Yen Chutian was very clear that he had become the #1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace and one of the 10 great geniuses of the Heaven Realm. Naturally, he had become the pride of everyone in the Cloud Sky bloodline. It was also because of him that no one in the inner sect dared to make fun of the inner sect disciples. But he had suddenly disappeared, and the news of his suspected death had spread. It could be imagined how disappointed the Cloud Sky bloodline would be. Moreover, because he had once stood at a high position, the feeling of suddenly falling back would definitely be even more difficult to accept. Cough cough. Back to the topic, although you are only an Iron Disciple, you can also receive a certain amount of cultivation resources every month in the Cloud Sky bloodline. These cultivation resources are extremely precious. For you who has just entered the cloud-sky bloodline, you must remember to cherish them well. But of course, the resources given are only the foundation. You still have to rely on yourself to fight for more things. In the cloud-sky bloodline, contribution points are used as the currency for transactions. The contribution points will be directly recorded in your identity card. As long as you contribute to the sect, you will be able to obtain the corresponding contribution points. Bluestone quickly restrained his emotions and continued. But even if he did not say this, Yen Chutian was very clear about it. And at this moment, waves of ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space in the sky where the two of them were originally flying steadily. At the same time, an indescribably huge pressure instantly enveloped Yen Chutian, which was also Bluestone's body. It was not that the outer sect did not have a great array to protect it, but compared to this great isolation array, it was still weak. Bluestone was naturally not surprised by this. However, what made him slightly surprised was that Yen Chutian's face behind him. There was actually no change in his expression. However, after thinking about it for a moment, this was also a good thing. Being calm in the face of change was even more of the demeanor of a proud son. Although he did not know how far the new disciple behind him could go, he naturally wished the higher, the better. The surrounding spatial ripples lasted for a full quarter of an hour before completely calming down. And when it was completely calm, a completely different scene from before appeared in the eyes of Yen Chutian and Bluestone. Looking at the familiar scenery of mountains and rivers in front of him, in a place where Bluestone could not notice, Yen Chutian's eyes finally surged with endless nostalgia. When he was killed by the Ghost Sovereign, he had never imagined that he would one day return to the cloud-sky lineage. But today, he had finally returned to this familiar world. This is my cloud-sky lineage. Just this lineage of heaven and earth is comparable to half of the outer sect. Looking at the magnificent scene, Bluestone also felt emotional. While looking into the distance, he did not forget to explain to Yen Chutian behind him. But at this moment, how could Yen Chutian care about his words? His gaze was fixed on the cloud-sky lineage, which part of it was not familiar to him. Looking over, he could see that at the horizon in the distance, there was a giant tree with lush branches and leaves. Incomparably dense spiritual energy flowed down, forming a spectacular waterfall-like scene. This was the spiritual origin tree. Yen Chutian was too familiar with this spiritual origin tree. Hence, in his previous life, he would occasionally sit at the top of this ancient tree and silently sit cross-legged. Although the spiritual origin tree was not rare, it was already extremely rare for it to grow to such a huge size. However, Yen Chutian also knew the reason. Because at the bottom of this spiritual origin tree, there were 9 immortal spiritual veins. With the power of 9 immortal spiritual veins, it nourished this giant spiritual origin tree that was as tall as the sky. One had to know that ordinary spiritual veins were enough to make many cultivators scramble like ducks, and spiritual veins were divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low. It was not hard to imagine how precious an immortal spiritual vein that surpassed ordinary spiritual veins was. However, this was also the foundation of the Firmament God Palace. If it did not have such a foundation, the Firmament God Palace would not be able to live up to its reputation as one of the 6 great forces of the heaven realm. Looking further, behind the spiritual origin tree, a huge spiritual lake came into view. This lake was called the Spiritual Cleansing Lake, and it was also extraordinary. At the same time, there were 9 immortal spiritual veins buried under the Spiritual Cleansing Lake, just like the spiritual origin tree. However, Yen Chutian also knew that these things were things that he did not have the qualifications to touch at the moment. The lowest level Iron Token disciple could only wander around the periphery of the Cloud Sky mountain range. This did not mean that Iron Token disciples could not enter the depths, but if they did, they would be like country bumpkins entering the city. They could only use their eyes to look, but they could not enjoy anything. This was because these were all cultivation resources that could only be exchanged with contribution points, and a large amount of contribution points. P.S. The Inner Sect chapter is now open. The following content will be even more exciting. However, it was a pity that there were no recommendations during the new year, so he could only silently write. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 650. Following Bluestone, Yen Chutian finally landed in front of a small mountain. Based on his words, this small mountain was his cave residence in the Cloud Sky sect. It wasn't hard to see that the inner sect of the Firmament God Palace was much more luxurious than the outer sect. Even a new Iron Plate disciple could have an independent mountain range cave residence. Alright, there are many rules in the Firmament God Palace, especially in the inner sect. You need to understand them well. Also, because you are a new disciple, in addition to the monthly cultivation resources of an Iron Token disciple, you will also be given a chance to enter the Spirit Technique Pavilion and the Spirit Cultivation Platform. Make good use of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Shi didn't do anything. He just turned around and left. He stepped on a cloud of spiritual power and disappeared into the sky. He was obviously going to report. Seeing Bluestone leave, Yen Chutian wasn't surprised at all. This was because all the opportunities and rewards were recorded in the identity card. Therefore, after Bluestone disappeared, Yen Chutian gently touched the identity card. As he slowly injected his spiritual energy, a light gradually appeared. 100 contribution points. 1 Spirit Cultivation Platform. 1 Spirit Technique Pavilion. Looking at the records on the light screen, Yen Chutian couldn't help but blush with shame. It seemed that these 100 contribution points were the monthly cultivation resources of an Iron Token disciple. However, these 100 contribution points were a little too little. Sigh, after thinking about it, Yen Chutian let out a sigh and felt relieved. After all, he was only an Iron Token disciple. Any new disciple would have the same status. How many contribution points could he have with such a status? Next, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Spirit Cultivation Platform. He still had an extra Spirit Channeling Pill. After using the Spirit Channeling Pill to break through to the 4th level of the Yuanying realm, it was most suitable for him to cultivate in the Spirit Cultivation Platform. As for the chance to enter the Spirit Technique Pavilion, he could sell it. After all, with his own foundation, why would he care about the opportunity to enter the Spirit Technique Pavilion? On the other hand, if he sold it, he would be able to get some contribution points. With this thought, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated. He immediately walked into the cave and sat down in the depths of the cave. Yen Chutian sat cross-legged and exhaled for a moment. Then, the spirit drawing pill floated in front of his eyes. Although it was pitch black in the depths of the cave, Yen Chutian was surrounded by dense spiritual energy, which seemed to illuminate the entire cave. The spirit drawing pill was even more dazzling. Its entire body emitted a fluorescent light, and a faint fragrance also spread out, making people feel refreshed. Without the slightest hesitation, Yen Chutian grabbed the spirit channeling pill and directly swallowed it. Then, he slowly refined the medicinal power of the spirit channeling pill. The reason why the spirit drawing pill was precious was that its effect was not simply to help a cultivator break through their cultivation, but to guide their own spiritual power to slowly increase. Break, to put it bluntly, was to speed up a Shioja's cultivation and not affect any of the Shioja's foundation. However, this was also the case. After consuming the spirit drawing pill, breaking through was not something that could be done in a day or two. It required a lot of time to prepare. However, to Yen Chutian, what he lacked the most right now was time. In the process of cultivation, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 days later, when the sun rose, the depths of Yen Chutian's cave trembled. Then, it gradually returned to normal. After the commotion returned to normal, the depths of the cave were pitch black. It was not until some time later that a pair of lights suddenly appeared. Immediately after, dense spiritual energy appeared once again, illuminating the secret room. Under the light, Yen Chutian slowly stood up. There was a hint of joy on his face. With the power of the spirit drawing pill and 5 days of continuous cultivation, he finally successfully stepped into the 4th level of the Yuanying realm. Most importantly, there were no drawbacks to this step. It did not affect his foundation at all. This was the most important thing for Yen Chutian. Otherwise, if he only wanted to break through and did not care about the stability of his cultivation, he would have easily stepped into the 5th level of the Yuanying realm. Now that he had used up the spirit-drawing pill and successfully stepped into the 4th level of the Yuanying realm, he could strike while the iron was hot and enter the spirit refinement platform to cultivate. With that in mind, Yen Chutian did not hesitate and headed straight for the spirit refinement platform. Yen Chutian was very familiar with the Cloud Sky bloodline, so he naturally knew where the spirit refinement platform was. The spirit refinement platform was on a spirit refinement peak. The spirit refinement peak was not just a single peak but a collection of peaks. On each of the spirit refinement peaks, there were close to 1,000 stone platforms of various sizes. It was quite a grand sight. Of course, even though there were close to 1,000 stone platforms, they were never full. This was because even if the Cloud Sky bloodline's disciples, elders, and deacons were included, there would not be more than 1,000 people. However, from a certain perspective, this showed the Cloud Sky bloodline's generosity. Not only the Cloud Sky bloodline, but the other 7 bloodlines were also like this. The spirit refinement platform was not simply a place for cultivation, and the spirit refinement platform was not just a place for cultivation. This was because the spirit refinement platform had the effect of tempering one's spiritual energy. Even after stepping into the Yuanying realm, one's spiritual energy could not be refined to the extreme and could still be tempered. This was similar to a cultivator's body. Even if one's muscles and marrow had undergone a complete transformation, as long as one grew, there would be a day when impurities would appear. When Yen Chutian arrived at the spirit refinement peak, there were many figures sitting cross-legged on the stone platforms. Spiritual energy surged around their bodies as they enjoyed the precious cultivation opportunity. Just by slightly probing, Yen Chutian could sense a lot of powerful auras that were secretly converging. Among them, there were many auras that belonged to the transcendent. Many of them had surpassed the Yuanying realm and stepped into the heavenly palace realm. Although Yen Chutian had long known about this, he could not help but sigh. He was still too weak right now. However, he was someone who had experienced great storms and waves. Naturally, he would not be affected by such thoughts. He immediately returned to his senses and chose a stone platform to descend on. As he sat down on a spirit refinement platform, a familiar aura quickly enveloped him from the surroundings. Yen Chutian had cultivated on the spirit refinement platform before, so he was very familiar with this aura. Therefore, without hesitation, he used this power to temper his own spiritual energy and continued to accumulate his own foundation bit by bit. When he began cultivating on the spirit refinement platform, Yen Chutian did not know that in a cave there was a discussion about him. There were many heavenly palace disciples in the Cloud Sky bloodline. Even the weakest bronze plate disciple had stepped into the heavenly palace realm. However, the existence of iron plate disciples meant that there was a group of them. As long as it was a group, there would naturally be a corresponding leader. Qin Hao was one of the leaders among the iron plate disciples. His cultivation had already stepped into the 9th level of the Yuanying realm. He was only a step away from breaking into the heavenly palace realm and becoming a bronze plate disciple. Qin Hao sat at the top of the cave, and there were many figures standing above him. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the Yuanying realm. It was not difficult to see that there was a huge gap between the outer and inner sect. This was because those at the 6th level of the Yuanying realm were considered top disciples in the outer sect. Senior brother Qin Hao, as far as I know, the new disciple originally wanted to enter the Tianyang bloodline, but he insisted on joining our Cloud Sky bloodline. Because of this, the resources that the Tianyang bloodline wanted to supplement our Cloud Sky bloodline's cultivation resources were all for naught. Someone suddenly spoke up. Qin Hao did not care who the person was. This person was arranged by him, and he just wanted someone to say it in front of everyone. His goal was very simple. Since someone from the Tianyang bloodline was giving him cultivation resources in exchange for teaching this new disciple a lesson, how could he not accept it? Therefore, Qin Hao did not care whether this reason was far-fetched or not. He immediately went with the flow and said, such a blind person ruined our cultivation resources and insisted on joining our Cloud Sky bloodline. I'm afraid he's a second generation who relied on connections. Since that's the case, we naturally have to teach this second generation a lesson. We have to let this second generation understand that the Cloud Sky bloodline is not a place where he can act as he pleases. Before he finished speaking, Qin Hao's eyes slowly turned and locked onto a skinny figure. Zhao Yi, I'll leave this new disciple to you. Yes. The skinny figure, Zhao Yi, smiled coldly and agreed. The reason why Zhao Yi agreed so readily was naturally because he was also a candidate that Qin Hao had arranged long ago. Sogu. Chapter 651. On the Spirit Refinement platform, in just a short day, Yan Chutian woke up from his meditative state with his eyes closed. At the same time he woke up, the record of his first Spirit Refinement platform on the iron token in his storage space immediately disappeared without a trace. Compared to the other disciples, Yan Chutian's awakening was extremely short. However, even if someone noticed him, they wouldn't think much of it. They would only think that he couldn't persevere and spent a long time tempering his spirit energy on the Spirit Refinement platform. Only Yan Chutian himself knew that it wasn't that he couldn't persevere through the long process of tempering his spirit energy. It was just that the quality of his spirit energy was extremely high. In just a day's time, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle. Of course, if he was tempering in the Spirit Refinement platform on the main peak near the center, he might be able to improve quite a bit. However, Yan Chutian was also very clear that that was not a place he could set foot in. Compared to the outer sect, although the inner sect had more rules, they didn't restrict cultivators more. Instead, it made this place closer to the law of the jungle in the heaven realm. In other words, as long as you followed the rules, no one could say anything even if you heavily injured or even killed a disciple of the same faction. And this Spirit Refinement platform had such rules. Only disciples with strength could climb up the main peak. Back to the topic, since this trip to the Spirit Refinement platform had been completed, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't stay any longer. According to his original plan, he immediately set off to sell the opportunity to enter the Spirit Arts Pavilion. The Cloud Sky faction didn't prohibit such private sales, but private sales could only be done in a specific place, which was the trading market. There were all kinds of stalls in the trading market, and the owners of these stalls were none other than disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. However, even if they were bronze disciples, they would rarely do such a thing, because they felt that doing so would cause them to lose face. Therefore, most of the stall owners here were the lowest level iron disciple. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 silver disciples. However, this didn't mean that there wouldn't be silver or even gold disciples here. This was because behind the trading market was the Cloud Sky faction's trading pavilion. This trading pavilion was considered the real trading place by the bronze plate disciples and above. There was no need to guard the inside of the exchange pavilion. Anything you put in your stall would be protected by a defensive formation. Not to mention, there was the official sales counter of the Cloud Sky clan in the depths of the exchange pavilion. These counters were all guarded by elder-level characters. Even if any disciple ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, They wouldn't dare to cause trouble in this transaction pavilion. However, a stall in such a place could not be obtained for free. Only by paying a certain amount of contribution points every month could one occupy it. This was also the reason why the iron plate disciples would not come here. To an iron token disciple, every single contribution point was too precious. Yan Chutian was only an iron disciple, so he chose a rather conspicuous spot in the market outside the transaction pavilion and sat down cross-legged. He didn't need to prepare anything, as he was only selling an opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion. Therefore, after Yan Chutian wrote down the items for sale on the wooden board, he immediately closed his eyes and rested. Those who needed it would naturally come. Those who didn't would not take a second look no matter how much they shouted. Although Yan Chutian's arrival was inconspicuous, it still attracted some gazes from nearby. However, these gazes were not because of the items he was selling, but because he was only at the 4th level of Yuanying cultivation. Not all disciples would pay attention to the movements of the outer sect. However, after thinking about it for a while, they understood that it should be a new disciple. At this time, it was also time for the outer sect and inner sect to recruit new blood. However, they didn't expect that the new disciple who entered the Cloud Sky clan this time would only be at the 4th level of Yuanying cultivation. Could it be that the quality of the outer sect disciples was already so bad? Immediately after, some of them noticed what Yan Chutian was selling. However, when they found out, they all secretly scolded Yan Chutian for his stupidity. This was because the opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion was extremely precious, especially to a new disciple like him. However, he actually directly sold such an opportunity. Could it be that he felt that his spiritual arts were so profound that he didn't need the Cloud Sky clan's spiritual arts pavilion's spiritual arts pavilion anymore? However, even though they secretly scolded Yan Chutian for his stupidity, many of them walked towards Yan Chutian and asked him about the price. In response to these inquiries, Yan Chutian said that it was 300 contribution points. Hearing the price of 300 contribution points, many of the disciples secretly shook their heads. Although the opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion was precious, such an opportunity also had a grade. For a new disciple like him, the opportunity to enter would definitely be of the lowest grade. However, such an opportunity would cost 300 contribution points, which was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation resources for an iron token disciple. In the end, it was not worth it. Thus, many people immediately walked away. Although some people wanted to bargain, without exception, they were all rejected by Yan Chutian. He believed that there would definitely be people who needed it. Moreover, 300 contribution points was the result of his consideration. This was already the lowest price he had set. However, after half a day, many people had asked Yan Chutian in front of his stall, but no one actually bought it. Subsequently, very few people paid attention to him and directly ignored him. Yan Chutian didn't seem to care about this. He only sat cross-legged behind his stall and closed his eyes to rest. The yellow heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. Another half a day passed by and Yan Chutian finally felt that there was a pair of eyes that suddenly brightened when looking at him. Yan Chutian didn't need to think too much to know that the other party had taken a fancy to his opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion. You really want to sell the opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion? Sure enough, the next moment, the man's voice was filled with surprise. From this, Yan Chutian could tell that he hadn't asked for the price, but for the truth. He had met a buyer who really needed it. He wouldn't hide anything from such a buyer. He immediately replied, "I have just entered the inner sect. This is also the lowest level opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion." Yan Chutian's words seemed to be irrelevant, but in reality, they had answered all of his doubts. Seeing this, the man didn't hesitate and immediately took out his identity card. It was an identity card similar to Yan Chutian's. This young man's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Yuanying realm. Haha! I, Zhao Yi, am also interested in this opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion. However, just as the young man was about to open his mouth to speak, a cold laugh suddenly sounded from behind him. The two of them looked over, only to see a skinny figure standing behind the two of them. Hearing the other party's tone, Yan Chutian faintly felt that the other party didn't come with good intentions. Moreover, when it came to doing business, he also followed the principle of first come, first served. Therefore, Yan Chutian only shook his head at the other party and slowly said, I have already decided to sell this opportunity to him. There is no second one. Oh, are you sure he still wants it? Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Zhao Yi smiled strangely. Then, his gaze was fixed on the young man who wanted to buy from Yan Chutian. Being stared at, the young man's expression suddenly changed. His originally anxious and excited expression quickly turned ugly. Then, even though he was unwilling, he could only shake his head and say, I'm sorry. I don't want this opportunity. Hearing his words, even though Yan Chutian felt somewhat resentful towards him for failing to meet his expectations, he couldn't say anything. This Zhao Yi was suppressing people with his power, and the young man was afraid. It seemed that even the disciples who were promoted from the outer sect were not necessarily good people who were favored by the heavens. Thinking about it, there were powerful heaven realm disciples who entered the inner sect, but there would naturally be rotten sweet potatoes at times. However, since this young man voluntarily gave up, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't stop doing business because of this. He indifferently looked at Zhao Yi and calmly said, The price is 300 contribution points. Haha, but there are only 10 contribution points in my identity badge. Zhao Yi strangely said again. This caused Yan Chutian's expression to suddenly turn cold. In his opinion, the other party was also trying to suppress him with his power? However, he wasn't a soft persimmon that they could casually suppress. Since there aren't 300 contribution points, I won't sell it. Yan Chutian still said indifferently. However, hearing Yan Chutian's refusal, Zhao Yi seemed to have already expected it and continued to smile strangely. It's fine if you don't want to sell it, but you have to understand that as long as I stand here, you will definitely not be able to sell it. Chapter 652. In the more conspicuous corners of the market, there were already quite a few gazes gathered there. Zhao Yi's appearance had already attracted the attention of quite a few people, and the deeper meaning in his words caused the eyes of many disciples to flicker. They all understood that the conflict today was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Since the surrounding crowd could see this point, how could Yan Chutian not understand it himself? From his words, it could be determined that this Zhao Yi had not come out of the blue. Instead, he had come with the intention of targeting him. He had just entered the Cloud Sky faction and had not come into contact with anyone in the past few days. Logically speaking, there should not be such a person. But since he had appeared, he would not be afraid. This fellow who had suddenly appeared was just at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm, and he was no longer the same as before. If he thought that he could defeat him like this, he did not mind letting him know what it meant to suffer a double loss. Yan Chutian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Yi several times. He did not hide anything at all and directly sneered. Looks like senior brother Zhao is determined to find trouble with junior brother? In Zhao Yi's opinion, the other party who felt that something was wrong would secretly admit defeat and not be so straightforward. Therefore, when Yan Chutian spoke, he was immediately speechless. But this was only a matter of an instant. He quickly recovered his initial sneer and slowly said, So what if you know? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you offended someone, you naturally have to pay the price. When these words came out, although Yan Chutian was still confused, many disciples in the surrounding crowd understood. So this new disciple had offended someone. No wonder it was like this. As for the person behind Zhao Yi, Who here didn't know about it? Instantly, countless people cast sympathetic gazes at Yan Chutian. A new disciple had offended the leader of the Iron Token disciples. It could be said that it was difficult for him to move an inch in the Cloud Sky faction, because even if he used the rules, the other party could play him to death. At the same time, Yan Chutian ignored the reaction of the crowd and said, "Then what does senior brother Zhao think we should do to atone for our junior brother's crime?" Yan Chutian spoke so bluntly that Zhao Yi was once again stunned. However, since he had already said so much, he naturally wouldn't stop. He continued to sneer. "Contract battle, bet everything you have. Senior brother Zhao, you're already at the 8th level of the Yuanying technique, but you want to fight a new disciple like me. You're really worthy of being a senior brother." Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not directly respond. Instead, he turned around and swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. The ridicule in his words was something that anyone could hear, causing quite a number of the surrounding disciples to reveal looks of disdain towards Zhao Yi. Although there were many Iron Token disciples here, there were also some who were on par with Zhao Yi or even stronger. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't afford to offend the crowd, everyone knew that. If everyone ridiculed him together, not to mention Zhao Yi, even Qin Hao behind him, what could he do? At the same time, Zhao Yi's face also turned ugly. He finally understood that this guy was purposely trying to trick him into giving up his words in order to take refuge. How cunning! However, just as he was about to speak, Yan Chutian's voice rang out again. "But since senior brother Zhao insists on a contract battle, this disciple will naturally accompany you to the end." Yan Chutian's words not only shocked Zhao Yi, but also the faces of the surrounding disciples changed. Some of them couldn't believe what they had just heard. Not to mention Zhao Yi, even the surrounding disciples thought that Yan Chutian wanted to take refuge because of this. But what was going on now? He actually didn't use this opportunity to continue his performance, but instead took the initiative to accept the challenge. Was he crazy? Yan Chutian's sudden agreement also caught Zhao Yi off guard. For a moment, he was speechless. "Why, senior brother Zhao, are you afraid?" However, under Yan Chutian's ridicule, Zhao Yi's face immediately became angry and he directly said, "Haha, why would I be afraid of an ant like you? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Yi didn't believe that this ant could overturn the sky in his hands. Moreover, the contract battle was his goal to begin with. Although the things he could obtain from defeating this ant weren't worth mentioning, the cultivation resources he could obtain from Qin Hao were not small at all. Then, the two began to finalize the contract under the watchful eyes of the crowd. But just as they began, Yan Chutian immediately stopped. This made Zhao Yi think that his opponent was about to change his mind, so he immediately ridiculed, "Why, are you going back on your words? Haha. This contract only states the price I have to pay if I lose, but it doesn't state yours. Senior brother Zhao, aren't you being a little too overbearing?" Yan Chutian's words once again made Zhao Yi speechless. Because he didn't think that he would lose, he didn't even think about it. Therefore, he had to be patient and coldly said, "I will pay you 400 contribution points. If you win, then the 500 contribution points will be yours." However, Zhao Yi didn't expect that Yan Chutian would still lightly shake his head. "Senior brother Zhao, you are wrong. Since you are using all of my cultivation resources as the price, then I should do the same to you." The contract battle was all about fairness. Zhao Yi's previous words were certainly unfair, but Yan Chutian's words were the same. After all, anyone who used there but to think would know that Yan Chutian's cultivation resources could not compare to Zhao Yi's. Therefore, Zhao Yi's face became angry when he heard this. But then, as if he had thought of something, he didn't say anything and directly placed all of his cultivation resources on the contract. In his opinion, the other party was doing this just to force him to back down. But why should he care? In the end, he would still be the winner. All of his cultivation resources would be his from the beginning to the end, so why should he care? Moreover, the contract had been formed, and the other party had no way out. Let's see how he can still struggle. How about it, is the contract done now? Zhao Yi raised his head and looked at Yan Chutian, his eyes full of ridicule as if he had seen through the other party's scheme. But what puzzled him was that even so, the other party was still calm and unperturbed. Then, he nodded generously and accepted the contract. Since both parties had agreed, the contract was naturally formed. Light constantly poured out from the light screen of the contract and merged into their respective identity card. Once the contract was formed, the cultivation resources would automatically be transferred to the other party. Even the owner of the identity card could not stop it. Seeing that the two of them had really formed a contract with no possibility of changing it, the surrounding disciples were in disbelief. How could they have imagined that this new disciple would really agree to the contract battle? They simply could not understand why he would agree to such a bet that he was sure to lose. Could it be that he actually thought that he could defeat Zhao Yi, who was at the 8th layer of the Yuanying sect, with his insignificant strength? But since things had already gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything more. So, they just stared at the two of them. They wanted to see if this new disciple had made unexpected preparations, or if he was just putting up a strong front from the beginning and was unable to withstand a single blow. If it was the latter, they would be too disappointed. But if it was the former, they found it hard to imagine. Since fighting was not allowed in the market, Yan Chutian and Zhao Yi walked out of the market one after the other. As the two of them walked out, the surrounding disciples, including the stall owners, could not hold back their curiosity. They tidied up their things and followed the two of them out of the market. After walking out of the market for a while, Yan Chutian and Zhao Yi stopped on a wide piece of land. Seeing this, the crowd gradually came to a stop. Then, from a certain distance, they began to observe the situation between the two of them. The crowd did not wait for too long. Zhao Yi did not want to see Yan Chutian's face again. In his opinion, the other party was just bluffing. With his insignificant strength, how could he be a match for him? It was not that he did not know of the rumors about the other party in the outer sect, but for the same reason they were all just exaggerated words. Or perhaps the so-called geniuses of the outer sect were too useless, which allowed the guy in front of him to make a name for himself. But he was not the trash of the outer sect. He was fully deserving of being called a genius of the inner sect. Chapter 653. As soon as he made his move, Zhao Yi displayed his dominance, or rather, confidence. He stomped his right foot on the ground. Immediately, a powerful aura spread out and revolved around his body before finally gathering on his right palm. Then, he didn't do anything and just slammed his right palm on the ground. Following his action, the surging power tore through the ground and roared towards Yan Chutian. Even a level 7 Yuanying cultivator would find it difficult to block such power. One had to admit that although Zhao Yi was arrogant, he had real strength. But speaking of which, if he didn't have some skill, he wouldn't have been able to enter the inner sect. As the surging power rushed over, everyone's gazes turned towards Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian's right foot also lightly stomped on the ground. However, following the sound of his foot landing, there was no surging power. This stunned many disciples. However, to be able to become an inner sect disciple, even if they were only iron plates, there were many people with good eyesight. Thus, in the next instant, some people's eyes narrowed as they vaguely saw something. At the same time, Zhao Yi's surging power tore through the ground and rushed over. When it arrived in front of Yan Chutian, it even destroyed the space around him. However, when the power came into contact with him, Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. This was because he clearly felt that his attack didn't hit anything. In other words, the moment before his attack arrived, his opponent had dodged it. However, just now, even he didn't notice anything strange. His opponent's movement technique was so strange? Thinking of this, Zhao Yi's heart became more serious. However, when he thought about it, Even if the outer sect couldn't be compared to the inner sect, it was still part of the firmament god palace. If the ant in front of him didn't have some skill, it would be impossible for him to stand out. However, if he thought that he could show off in front of him just because of his movement technique, then he was too stupid. Seeing that his attack was not enough, Zhao Yi stomped out again. The power of his stomp was enough to leave a mark on the ground. Only then did he activate his own power and quickly attack Yan Chutian. However, facing his ferocious attacks, Yan Chutian still relied on Xian Ying and easily dodged them. However, Zhao Yi did not care about this at all. He continued to bombard the surrounding ground with his attacks, creating deep craters one after another. This process was repeated nearly 10 times. Only when the surrounding ground was riddled with holes did Zhao Yi finally stop. However, when he stopped, Zhao Yi's expression did not turn ugly at all. Instead, he let out a strange smile. Then, he suddenly activated the seal that he had been secretly preparing for a long time. Sizzle! In the instant that Zhao Yi formed a hand seal, lightning could be seen flashing within the craters that he had blasted open. Immediately after, strands of lightning surged up from the depths of the earth. In just a few breaths of time, dazzling lightning bolts appeared. It condensed into a trapping formation, and at the center of this trapping formation was Yan Chutian. Ha ha, an ant will always be an ant. Do you think that you can strut around in front of me, Zhao Yi, just because you have some movement skills? This is the 5 lightning formation of the 5 lightning heaven heart sutra that I cultivate. Once the formation is complete, 10,000 lightning bolts will rise. Anyone who touches the edge of the lightning formation will be killed by the most violent lightning. I want to see just how you can rely on your movement skills in this 5 lightning formation. Before Zhao Yi's voice had even faded, it had already caused quite a commotion in the crowd in the distance. They were not unfamiliar with the 5 lightning heaven heart sutra that Zhao Yi cultivated, but very few people knew about this 5 lightning formation. After all, this could be said to be one of Zhao Yi's killing moves. Moreover, it was also because of this that many people felt that Yan Chutian's defeat was certain. After all, from the beginning to the end, they had only seen Yan Chutian using his movement skills to contend with Zhao Yi. However, now that his movement skills had clearly been broken, how could he continue to contend with Zhao Yi? Most likely, his defeat was already decided by Zhao Yi, right? At the same time, not long after his cold laughter faded, Zhao Yi had already formed another hand seal. Under the formation of his hand seals, the lightning bolts in each deep pit became even more violent. When the lightning bolts seemed to have reached their limit, Zhao Yi finally shouted coldly again. 5 lightning formation, kill! Boom! In an instant, dazzling lightning bolts appeared together. As they intertwined, they had already turned into a lightning lake, surging towards Yan Chutian, who was below the formation, to envelop him. As the lightning lake descended, the destructive power of lightning spread out, exploding the surrounding space in an extremely tyrannical manner. Even the crowd, who was quite a distance away, seemed to have felt some of the lightning spreading over. They felt waves of shock because of this. They could not imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Yan Chutian, who was in the center of the lightning lake, was currently under the 5 lightning formation. In an instant, many gazes filled with sympathy looked towards the formation. The Cloud Sky faction was cruel, where the strong preyed on the weak. The reason why they were still stuck in the Yuanying stage, and had yet to step into the Heavenly Palace realm, was more or less related to this. Therefore, it was extremely easy for them to sympathize with someone who had the same experience. In other words, in their eyes, Yan Chutian was like a miniature version of them in the past. However, he seemed to be even more miserable than them. Not long after entering the inner sect, he had already offended Qin Hao. That Qin Hao was not a good person. His aptitude was lacking, and he had yet to step into the Heavenly Palace realm. Yet, he was showing off his strength in front of the Iron Token disciples. Back to the topic, the surging lightning lake had completely covered Yen Chutian in just a few breaths of time. At this moment, many spectating disciples revealed sympathetic gazes, while Zhao Yi laughed sinisterly. However, he did not notice that although the lightning lake had descended, it descended, but after descending to a certain extent, it was unable to descend any further. At the same time, specks of azure light continuously appeared under the lightning lake. Zhao Yi was so pleased with himself that he did not notice it. However, there were people with sharp senses in the crowd, so they quickly noticed that something was wrong. The moment they discovered that something was amiss, a crack suddenly appeared in the lightning lake from the weak green light that had originally appeared. Then, the azure light soared into the sky. Under the impact of this light, the lightning lake was forced to retreat and melt. The lightning lake, which had an extraordinary aura a moment ago, was actually melted and annihilated in just a few breaths of time. Such a scene immediately caused the expressions of many disciples to change drastically. Their originally sympathetic faces instantly turned into incomparable shock as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. He actually tore open the lightning lake? What kind of power is this? It actually broke open the 5 thunder formation. How is this possible? Many cries of surprise sounded, and it was not that the crowd did not have good eyesight. After the shock, they vaguely recognized that this was probably a formation. The power Yen Chutian displayed was indeed a formation. This formation was called the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. It could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth and continuously transform it into a source of power for the formation. The Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation was quite famous, but it was extremely rare for a formation cultivator to be able to set it up. If this formation was strong enough, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the might of that formation was. Of course, the current Yen Chutian could not set up a Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation that could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In fact, not to mention 1,000 miles, even 100 miles was not possible. It was merely 1,000 feet. However, it was only 1,000 feet, which was enough to be a terrifying name. 1,000 feet Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation was rumored to be able to kill a level 7 Yuanian cultivator. Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation? Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Following that, more and more gasps of surprise could be heard. The Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation was quite famous. The first person to bear the brunt of it was the first disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, who borrowed the power of this formation to obtain the title of the first disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Although the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation that was used at that time did not play a decisive role, from a certain point of view, it allowed this formation to be widely known. Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. Similarly, looking at this formation, Zhao Yi's originally ferocious smile gradually turned extremely ugly. He suddenly remembered that in the news he received, the other party was also a formation cultivator and had obtained the position of first place in the outer sect formation test of the Sky Array faction. However, he thought that the outer sect disciples were all trash and directly ignored them. How could he have imagined that the other party could set up the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation without a sound? Sogu. Chapter 654. How could it be the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array? Zhao Yi's expression was ugly. He had never imagined that his opponent would be able to set up such a powerful array. However, even if it was only 1,000-foot Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array, it should be extremely difficult for a great array master to set it up. What level of array skills did this ant in front of him have to be able to set up the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array? Because of this, even though Zhao Yi was still shouting the word ant in his heart, he did not dare to treat his opponent as an ant. At the very least, The great thousand spirit slaughtering array made him feel a little threatened. At the same time, the great thousand spirit slaughtering array appeared. Yan Chutian naturally would not let go of such an advantage. As his hand moved slightly, the originally silent array suddenly surged. Countless dazzling green lights gathered from various parts of the array. These green lights were none other than the array Tao power of the great thousand spirit slaughtering array. As the green lights continued to gather, the originally formless array Tao power gradually materialized. This materialized form was a green palm that was dozens of feet long. Even though it had just taken shape, the aura that surged out from the green palm was enough to suffocate a 6th-level Yuanian cultivator. As it shook slightly, an extremely powerful aura spread out, easily shattering the layers of space. Although the 1,000-foot Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array could only kill 7th-level Yuanian cultivators, even 8th-level Yuanian cultivators would be threatened by it. It should be known that Zhao Yi had just broken through to the 8th-level Yuanian not long ago. The power of the green palm seemed to have accumulated to a certain extent. The green light on the palm was faintly discernible. Then, this extremely substantial palm directly suppressed Zhao Yi. The suppression of the palm caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to tremble. Seeing this, Zhao Yi did not dare to underestimate it. Lightning surged in his hand as he activated the 5 heavenly lightning heart technique again. Crackle! The deafening sound of thunder rang out. At the same time, a thick lightning snake could be faintly seen amidst the thunder. It was not difficult to know that the 5 heavenly lightning heart technique was not much weaker than the 5 heavenly lightning formation from before. Boom boom! The collision between the green arm and the lightning snake instantly appeared in everyone's eyes. Lightning serpents surged, but the green arm's might was also unparalleled. As the two collided, the surrounding space continuously shattered, extending for a distance of several hundred feet. This caused many of the surrounding iron plate disciples to be shocked. Their shock was naturally not because of Zhao Yi, but because of Yan Chutian. They had long known about Zhao Yi's cultivation and strength, but it was the methods and strength displayed by this new disciple that truly shocked them. This was the power of the great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation, which was able to directly confront Zhao Yi. No wonder he was able to enter the inner sect. If he still couldn't stand out from the outer sect with such a standard, then the overall standard of the outer sect this time was really too terrifying. Boom boom! The lightning snake and the green palm collided for a moment, and the final result seemed to be that both sides were annihilated. Regardless of whether it was the lightning serpent or the green-colored arm, both of them were gradually fading away as the light surrounding their bodies dissipated. However, such a scene did not make Zhao Yi feel happy, because it was not only him, but also the iron plate disciples who were watching from afar. They also knew that in this seemingly evenly matched situation, Yan Chutian had actually gained the upper hand. Not to mention that formations were not afraid of consumption, not to mention that Yan Chutian's great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation had not truly erupted with its full power. This great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation could devour the world spirit chi within 100 feet radius. Under such circumstances, the eruption of the formation's power would be much more astonishing than it was now. It was not difficult to see that Zhao Yi's true strength was not comparable to Yan Chutian's and Guohong's, who had competed with him in the top 8. Come to think of it, Guohong was a guy with ambition. How could he be like Zhao Yi, who acted like a lackey? Similarly, knowing this, how could Yan Chutian give Guohong any time to breathe? After all, in his opinion, as long as he defeated Zhao Yi, it would mean that he would obtain a considerable amount of contribution points. Huff, gently exhaling, Yan Chutian did not care about Zhao Yi's reaction. After faintly closing his eyes, he completely activated the great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation around him. Numerous gazes looked over, and dazzling green light erupted from every corner of the great formation. At the same time, everyone could clearly feel an invisible plundering force spreading out in the surrounding area, crazily gathering all the world spirit chi within 100 feet radius into the great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation. How could anyone not understand that Yen Chu Tian was about to completely activate the great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation? Indeed, after the world spirit chi within 100 feet radius was crazily absorbed, a green light appeared. Similarly, a green arm gradually appeared. However, this green arm was close to 100 feet in size. At the same time, the green light radiating from it was incomparably dazzling. Hence, as such an aura spread out, it seemed to be able to override the heavens and earth. Furthermore, this was only in the process of gathering energy. It was hard to imagine just how powerful it would be when it was truly formed. Looking at this scene, Zhao Yi's face abruptly turned incomparably ugly. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, the terrifying aura emitted from the green arm within the formation had already caused a trace of fear to rise in his heart. He even had a premonition that he would not be able to block such an attack. However, under the gazes of so many people, how could he put down his pride and cower? Furthermore, at the end of the day, he had his own pride. After all, he was still at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. Could it be that he would not be able to block this 100 feet great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation? 5 Lightning Heavenly Heart Mantra. With a furious roar, countless dazzling lightning bolts surged around Zhao Yi's body. Within the lightning bolts, lightning snakes swam. There was no longer just one lightning snake, but a total of 3. Evidently, at this stage, Zhao Yi had thrown caution to the wind and completely pushed the power of his 5 Lightning Heavenly Heart Mantra to its limit. Both parties had gathered their full strength. This situation made it difficult for the nearby Iron Token disciples to determine the outcome. If it was before, they would naturally feel that Zhao Yi would win without a doubt. However, now that Yen Chu Tian had laid out the great Kiliakosm spirit slaughtering formation, their views had changed. In the blink of an eye, it took time to gather energy. However, it only took 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, the green light on the green arm had completely surfaced, without any signs of being obstructed. 3 lightning snakes swam around Zhao Yi's body. As they surged, the aura that spread out was enough to easily tear apart space, making it difficult to heal. Following which, under the gazes of the crowd, the 100 feet green arm was like a giant pagoda that reached the heavens as it smashed down towards Zhao Yi. As the green arm whizzed down, the 3 lightning snakes that had been accumulating power around Zhao Yi for a long time naturally did not hesitate as they surged up one after another, exploding the power of their lightning to its limits. Just like before, the 2 enormous attacks fiercely collided once again. However, this time, the momentum was clearly much more powerful than before. As the surging power spread out, the surrounding space was unable to exist for even a moment as it was completely torn apart. Following which, the destructive power of the fluctuations did not decrease as it continued to spread out towards the surrounding area. In the line of sight of the nearby crowd, there was only the terrifying spiritual energy that was wreaking havoc. They could no longer see the figures of the 2 people. The terrifying commotion wreaked havoc for a full 10 breaths of time before it finally gradually calmed down. When the commotion had calmed down, the crowd was finally able to clearly see what had happened in the area where the surging power was. It was precisely because they were able to clearly see what had happened that unconcealable shock appeared in the eyes of many disciples. This was because they could clearly see that Zhao Yi had already collapsed to the ground. His originally powerful aura was now weak and withered. From the looks of it, he had already fainted. On the other side, the new disciple's figure was quietly standing in the middle of the field. Even though there was not the slightest bit of turbulence around him, he gave many people the feeling that he was like a giant mountain, causing them to feel heavy pressure. This was because they were very clear that he was the one who had defeated Zhao Yi. As for that Zhao Yi, although he could not be considered a top figure amongst the Iron Token disciples, he was still considered to be in the middle to upper echelon. Yet, a new Iron Token disciple was able to defeat a middle to upper echelon Iron Token disciple. Although this could not be said to be unprecedented, it was still enough to shock many disciples. P.S. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Chapter 655. Seeing that Zhao Yi had fainted, Yan Chutian's mouth couldn't help curling up. However, his joy wasn't because he had defeated Zhao Yi. Instead, it was because the moment Zhao Yi fainted, all of the contribution points in his identity badge had been transferred to his own due to the contract. It was only after a cursory glance that the corners of his mouth curled up. This was because the number of contribution points in his identity card had already reached over 600 points. In other words, the contribution points he had received from Zhao Yi's identity badge had reached over 500 points. 500 points was equivalent to the amount of contribution points an Iron Token disciple could receive in 5 months. One could imagine that for an ordinary Iron Token disciple, this was a considerable amount of wealth. It seemed that this Zhao Yi wasn't that annoying in Yan Chutian's eyes. After all, no matter what, he had brought him a considerable amount of cultivation resources. At the same time, the scene of Yan Chutian defeating Zhao Yi had greatly shocked the crowd. Immediately after, they realized that this matter definitely wouldn't end like this. This was because Zhao Yi had vaguely revealed that this new disciple had offended someone he shouldn't have. In other words, the person he had offended was definitely the person behind Zhao Yi, Qin Hao. With Qin Hao's personality, how could he possibly tolerate such an outcome? Therefore, perhaps the next time, Qin Hao would personally appear and cause trouble for this new disciple. Thinking of this, many disciples secretly shook their heads for Yan Chutian. Because even if Yan Chutian's performance was stunning, that was all there was to it. However, how could Zhao Yi compare to Qin Hao? That Qin Hao was one of the leaders among the Iron Token disciples. His cultivation had already stepped into the 9th layer of the Yuanying sect for a long time. If he were to fight, this new disciple would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. At the same time, Yan Chutian ignored the gazes of the surrounding crowd. He didn't even look at the unconscious Zhao Yi and directly walked past him. Immediately after, under the gazes of the crowd, he returned to his stall and continued to sell the opportunity to enter the spiritual skill pavilion. When everyone saw this, they could only sigh inwardly at the fearlessness of the other party. From the way they saw it, it was likely that the other party thought that Zhao Yi did not have anyone backing him up. That was why he was so daring earlier. But if he knew that Qin Hao was standing behind Zhao Yi, he would definitely not know what to do, right? More or less, because of this, even though Yan Chutian lowered the price by 50 contribution points, no disciple dared to buy it. The reason for that was because none of them wanted to be involved in a quarrel with him, or in other words, Qin Hao. However, just as everyone thought that no one would be interested in Yan Chutian's stall until the end of the day, they did not expect that in less than 15 minutes, a slightly plump young man would walk in front of his stall. Immediately after, the young man did not suppress his voice at all and directly said, 250. 10 contribution points, I'll buy this opportunity. When these words were spoken, many gazes immediately converged on them. Many people were extremely curious as to who it was that dared to purchase from the other party in such a situation. When their gazes landed on the plump young man, everyone's eyes trembled. The young man did not conceal his cultivation, so they could clearly sense the enormous pressure emitted from his aura. It was a pressure that came from the source. In other words, this young man had probably stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm. Stepping into the Heavenly Palace realm meant that this young man was no longer an iron disciple, but a bronze disciple. When they thought of this, many people were shocked. No one would have thought that a bronze disciple would appear at this time. It seemed that there was no need for them to be worried, because no matter how powerful Qin Hao was, He would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of a bronze disciple. The difference between an iron disciple and a bronze disciple was huge. Or rather, the difference between a Yuanying and a heavenly palace realm was unimaginable. But at this moment, there were many disciples who were puzzled. For a bronze disciple, the opportunity of a new disciple entering the spiritual arts pavilion shouldn't be something that a bronze disciple would be interested in. But since that was the case, why would he? When Yan Chutian raised his gaze and slowly glanced at the young man in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. Just as everyone thought, in his opinion, the other party should not be interested in his things. But since business was here, he naturally would not reject it. After nodding his head slightly, he directly transferred his opportunity to enter the spiritual arts pavilion to the other party's identity card. He did not believe that the other party would go back on his word. After all, everyone was watching. In the end, the other party did not go back on his word. But what made Yan Chutian even more puzzled was that the other party had directly transferred 500 contribution points to him. Meeting Yan Chutian's puzzled gaze, the young man smiled faintly and spoke. Not only did he answer Yan Chutian's doubts, but he also answered everyone's questions. My name is Zhou Tian. Based on your performance, I am willing to take you as my brother. The extra 200 contribution points, or rather, 500 contribution points, is a greeting gift. After Zhou Tian's words, everyone understood the reason. At the same time, this also made Yan Chutian understand. But unlike the others, Yan Chutian, who understood, secretly revealed a trace of mockery on his face. It was indeed mockery. Because in his opinion, this Zhou Tian was only interested in his strength. As for the so-called brother, it was nothing more than a flattering way to describe him as a lackey. But Yan Chutian had no interest in being someone's lackey. But even so, he did not want to make enemies for no reason. Thus, when he heard Zhou Tian's words, he restrained his mockery and replied calmly. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Senior Zhou. But I know that my cultivation is low and I do not dare to call you my brother. Once Yan Chutian's words came out, many disciples were puzzled. Because if it were them, they would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Even if he became a lackey, it would not be pleasant to hear. But in exchange for such a price, he would be able to quickly gain a foothold in the inner sect. So much so that his starting point would be much higher than iron token disciples like them. Thus, they found it hard to understand why he would refuse such an opportunity. After hearing Yan Chutian's words, Zhou Tian's expression changed. However, he quickly adjusted his attitude and continued to speak calmly. Junior Yan, you must consider this carefully. This Zhao Yi is not a lone wolf. There is someone called Qin Hao standing behind him. Although Qin Hao is not worth mentioning to me, he is not a small problem for the current Junior Yan. Zhou Tian's tone was indifferent, but faintly, there was a trace of threat in his tone. He was not threatening Yan Chutian, but clearly telling him that he had offended someone, and that he could protect him. Zhou Tian knew that his opponent was a smart person. After knowing the severity of the problem, he would make the right choice. However, Yan Chutian's reply not only caused Zhou Tian's expression to change again, but also caused the surrounding crowd to be shocked. Thank you, Senior Zhou, for your kind intentions, but I will deal with whatever comes my way. I, Yan Yun, do not believe that Qin Hao will be able to do anything to me. Before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian directly transferred 250 contribution points to Zhou Tian. Then, without waiting for Zhou Tian's reaction, he directly stood up and left. Watching Yan Chutian's back as he left the trading market, Zhou Tian's originally smiling face turned a little cold. You really don't know what's good for you. If I didn't fancy your talent and feel that you can be nurtured, who would pay attention to a new disciple like you? Now, he wanted to see what you could do to resist Qin Hao without his protection. After Yan Chutian left the trading market, the news of Zhao Yi's crushing defeat also reached Qin Hao's ears. This caused Qin Hao, who was originally waiting for the new disciple to be battered and exhausted, to instantly change his expression. At the same time, he was originally extremely happy because he was about to obtain a pile of cultivation resources. But now, he was extremely furious. Trash, what a piece of trash! He actually lost to a new ant. Qin Hao gritted his teeth. Zhao Yi's defeat was not only his defeat, but also his face and the pile of cultivation resources he was about to obtain. He never admitted that he was not talented enough to break through to the Heaven Palace realm. Instead, he believed that he did not have enough resources to break through to the Heaven Palace realm. And this time, it was a great opportunity to obtain cultivation resources. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 656. In other words, to Qin Hao, this was equivalent to stepping into the Heavenly Palace realm and becoming a bronze disciple. Thus, how could he endure the fact that such an opportunity was actually ruined because of a new ant disciple? For a moment, Qin Hao wanted to walk out of the cave dwelling and head to Yanchutian's cave dwelling. But right at this moment, a figure stopped him and advised, "Senior brother Qin, don't be angry. There are still many rules in the inner sect. After this incident, the new disciple will definitely be more cautious. Even if senior brother Qin Hao goes to visit him personally, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find an opportunity. Furthermore what? Tell me, why are you keeping me in suspense?" Qin Hao said furiously. He didn't have the patience to listen to other people's nonsense. "Senior brother Qin, please forgive me. But I heard that Zhou Tian came in contact with the new disciple and even expressed his intention to accept him as a brother." "What?" When he heard this, the anger that was originally on Qin Hao's face immediately disappeared. It wasn't that he didn't know Zhou Tian, but he knew him very well. Zhou Tian wasn't a good person. More importantly, he had already stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm and was a bronze disciple. Compared to him, Qin Hao was nothing. So if Zhou Tian accepted the new disciple as a lackey, he wouldn't dare to make a move even if the new disciple was standing in front of him. "Senior brother Qin, don't worry." Although Zhou Tian had the intention to accept the new disciple as a brother, the new disciple didn't know what was good for him and directly rejected Zhou Tian. However, when the male figure said these words, Qin Hao was still unable to feel any joy. Seeing that, how could he not know what Qin Hao was worried about? "Senior brother Qin, regardless of whether the new disciple defected to Zhou Tian or not, with his arrogant temperament, he will most likely participate in the bronze disciple assessment half a month later. If it's during the assessment, even if he defected to Zhou Tian won't be able to take care of him. At that time, wouldn't that ant be the meat on senior brother's chopping board? Furthermore, if senior brother were to improve further and become a bronze plate disciple, wouldn't breaking through to the Heavenly Palace realm be a certainty? In the future, even if we clash head-on with Zhou Tian, what is there to worry about?" As the figure slowly approached, the joy on Qin Hao's face grew stronger and stronger. Especially that last line of flattery, he enjoyed it even more. Even though he was clear that the possibility of him obtaining the bronze disciple status in the assessment was extremely low. However, just like what the other party had said, regardless of whether he sided with Zhou Tian or not, dealing with him would be a piece of cake. Furthermore, because it was within the examination, even Zhou Tian was unable to find any reason to do so. With that thought in mind, Qin Hao could not suppress the emotions in his heart. He laughed heartily in joy. It was a long while later before he narrowed his eyes. A cold glint appeared in the depths of his pupils and seemed to condense into the figure of a skinny man. In the depths of the Immortal's cave, Yanchutian sat cross-legged in seclusion for an entire night. Only in the wee hours of the morning did he slowly open his eyes. It was not without reason that he had woken up. Today, he was prepared to purchase some materials for setting up a formation. Indeed, with his current attainments in the Tao of Formations, even without the help of external items, the formation that he gradually set up was enough to threaten a cultivator at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. However, in Yan Chutian's opinion, it was still not enough. Because as far as he knew, Qin Hao, who was targeting him for unknown reasons, was at the 9th level of the Yuanying realm. This Qin Hao could become one of the leaders of the Iron Disciple group. Yan Chutian did not think that he would be trash like Zhao Yi. Therefore, if they were to meet, the other party would not give him the time to set up the formation. However, without the formation, even if he had stepped into the 4th level of the Yuanying realm, it would still be difficult for him to compete with a cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuanying realm or even a cultivator at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. It was obviously impossible for his cultivation to improve in a short period of time, so he started with the Tao of Formations. As long as he prepared enough materials, not only would he be able to greatly reduce the time needed to set up the formation, but he could also increase the power of the formation. Whether it was the reduction in time or the increase in power, both were extremely important to Yan Chutian. If it had been before, even Yan Chutian would not have dared to say how many materials he would be able to buy. However, with Zhao Yi's interference, he now had close to 900 contribution points. With close to 900 contribution points, he should be able to buy some of the materials he needed. With this thought, Yan Chutian did not hesitate any longer. When the sky brightened, he once again walked out of the cave residence. Yan Chutian was still heading towards the trading market. However, his destination was not the trading market, but the trading pavilion behind it. Even calling it the trading pavilion was a bit vague. It should be called the trading pavilion, which was located in the depths of the trading pavilion, where the upper echelons of the Cloud Sky faction were located. Although there were many bronze plates and even silver plates in the transaction pavilion, but just by thinking about it, Yan Chutian knew that there shouldn't be any materials needed for array formation. This was because all the Tao of Formation's disciples in the inner sect were gathered in the Sky Array faction. Apart from the disciples of the Sky Array faction, Yan Chutian could not think of any disciples who would sell or even sell materials for the Tao of Formations. Therefore, along the way, Yan Chutian did not stop at all. He directly walked into the trading pavilion and headed straight for the official counter in the depth. The inside of the trading pavilion was extremely quiet because there were no disciples guarding behind each counter. The disciples that appeared here were the disciples that had been selected. Even during the entire trading process, there would not be any movement. As he walked all the way to the depths of the trading pavilion, he was surprised to see that there were several figures in front of the official counter, silently watching. Yan Chutian sensed that these figures had all surpassed the Yuanying realm. Even the purple-haired man on the left had a cultivation that exceeded the 5th level of the Sky Palace realm. With such a cultivation, he had at least stepped into the ranks of the Silver Disciple. Silently retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian did not look at the purple-haired man again. He did not know the other party's character, so he naturally did not want to offend him unintentionally. Offending a Silver Disciple, no matter what, was extremely troublesome for the current him. After retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian's gaze continuously swept across the dazzling array of items on the counter. He knew that the materials for the Tao of Formations were definitely unpopular here, so he quickly looked towards the corner of the counter. As expected, in just a few breaths, he saw a type of Tao of Formations in an inconspicuous corner of the counter. Following this array formation material, other types of materials appeared one after another. Presumably, these were all the array formation materials on display at the official counter. His gaze slowly shifted. Although it was only a corner of the counter, there were dozens of different Tao of Formations materials. As far as his eyes could see, the first Tao of Formations material was emitting a faint glow. As the number 1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace in his previous life, He naturally recognized this Tao of Formations material, but it was because he knew that he could only helplessly sigh. This Tao of Formations material was known as the spiritual gathering root. The spiritual gathering root could be used in Tao of Formations to gather the surrounding spiritual energy to a greater extent, increasing the power of the Tao of Formations. Although the spiritual gathering root was not extremely rare, it was something that Yan Chutian couldn't use right now. That was because the price of the spiritual gathering root was a total of 650 contribution points. Although Yan Chutian had close to 900 contribution points, it was impossible for him to take out half of it to buy in Tao of Formations material. Thus, he directly skipped over the spiritual gathering root and continued looking. Next, Yan Chutian saw several Tao of Formations materials that were not inferior to the spiritual gathering root. However, the price of these Tao of Formations materials was almost the same as the spiritual gathering root. Even the cheapest one cost 400 contribution points. Thus, he could only continue skipping until he saw a Tao of Formations material that he expected. Only then did he stop looking. What appeared in his line of sight was a pitch-black stone. The black stone did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations and looked extremely ordinary. However, it was this seemingly ordinary black stone that did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations that caught Yan Chutian's attention, because he knew that this black stone was a spirit explosion stone. The effect of the spirit explosion stone was as its name suggested. It could temporarily ignite the spiritual energy within the Tao of Formations and increase the power of the Tao of Formations. But since it was ignited, there would naturally be repercussions. The effect of the spirit explosion stone could only be maintained for a short period of time. It could not be maintained for a long period of time like the spiritual gathering root. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 657. However, due to the drawback of the Spirit Explosion Stone, the price of the Spirit Explosion Stone was only half of that of the Spirit Gathering Root, which was only 300 contribution points. If possible, Yan Chutian would definitely want to buy a better Spirit Gathering Root. However, due to the limited amount of contribution points, he could only take a step back and choose the Spirit Explosion Stone. After confirming the Spirit Explosion Stone, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and slowly placed his identity card on the counter, right in front of the Spirit Explosion Stone. When his identity card was close to the counter, specks of white light could be seen emerging from the counter and enveloping the identity card. Yan Chutian already knew about this and raised his hand to take out his 300 contribution points. After the 300 contribution points were taken out, the counter that was originally one piece suddenly rippled like water. In the next moment, the counter above the Spirit Explosion Stone gradually opened. It was big enough for one hand to take out the item inside. Yan Chutian raised his hand and took out the Spirit Explosion Stone. After that, the counter returned to its original state, just like before. With the Spirit Explosion Stone in his hand, he quickly kept it and continued to look around, searching for other array materials that he needed. Finding the Spirit Explosion Stone was like opening a new chapter. Following that, he obtained another 2 array materials that he was satisfied with. The 3 array materials cost Yan Chutian a total of 800 contribution points. Therefore, even if Yan Chutian wanted to buy more, he could only helplessly shake his head when he saw that the contribution points in his identity card were less than 3-digit. All in all, the 3 array materials that he obtained were not bad. As long as he refined them a little, even if Qin Hao suddenly attacked, he would still be able to turn the situation around. In this way, he should be able to cultivate in peace and steadily improve his cultivation. Therefore, Yan Chutian returned to his cave dwelling and spent half a day refining the array materials. However, the plan did not change. In the process of refining the array materials, the identity card that was originally calm suddenly received a message. The identity card could not be used for disciples to communicate privately. Therefore, the message could only be from the Cloud Sky sect or even the entire Firmament God Palace. After calmly reading the news, Yan Chutian's expression changed slightly. Because he did not expect that the promotion of an Iron Token Disciple to a Bronze Token Disciple would come so quickly. Originally, he had thought that as long as he could steadily break through to Stage 5 of the Yuanying technique, he would definitely be able to obtain such an opportunity. However, he had yet to step into the 5th layer of the Yuanying sect. Even if he had prepared array materials as a backup plan, he wasn't confident that he would be able to compete with the 9th layer Iron Plate disciples of the Yuanying sect. However, Yan Chutian clearly understood that if he missed this opportunity, the only way to become a Bronze Plate disciple was to break through to the Heavenly Palace stage. However, how long would it take to break through to the Heavenly Palace realm? Yan Chutian couldn't afford to wait that long. Hence, even though it seemed like he needed to make a choice, in truth, he already had an answer in his heart the moment he learned about it. He had to participate in this round of advancement. Furthermore, not only did they have to participate, they also had to successfully advance and become a bronze disciple. After learning about this, Yan Chutian could no longer spend his time in seclusion in peace. The opportunity to advance was approaching, and he only had half a month left. He had to make preparations during this period of time. At the same time, the atmosphere in the cave residences of the Iron Token disciples in various parts of the inner sect wasn't calm at all. Regardless of whether they had already known about it or not, they all became serious when they heard the news. Even if they were the leaders of the Iron Token disciples, they definitely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to be promoted to a Bronze Plate disciple. This meant that they would have a chance to become a Bronze Plate disciple before they broke through to the Heavenly Palace realm. Naturally, becoming a Bronze Plate disciple as soon as possible wasn't a bad thing for them. Not only would this mean that they would be able to enjoy the privileges of a Bronze Plate disciple earlier, but it would also be an opportunity for them to advance to the Heavenly Palace realm. However, they also knew that the competition for such an opportunity would be extremely intense. After all, only 2 people would be able to advance to a Bronze Plate disciple in the end. It could be said that even the number of leaders among the Iron Plate disciples exceeded the number of fingers on one hand. It was more than just 2 people. The Cloud Sky faction was vast, and there was also a great hall that issued missions for disciples to complete and exchange for contribution points. In the Cloud Sky faction, it was difficult to advance without contribution points. It was even more so if one wanted to improve in a short period of time. Therefore, the first thing that Yan Chutian thought of was to earn as many contribution points as possible. The Great Hall was vast. Yan Chutian walked towards a similarly dazzling array of light screens and swept his gaze across the various missions one by one. Although there were many missions, Yan Chutian couldn't find a mission that he was satisfied with. Either the mission's requirements were too high or the time required was too long. Or the contribution points that could be obtained were too few. However, Yan Chutian wasn't impatient. Therefore, he continued to quietly scan the light screens. If one light screen wasn't enough, then he would go to the second one. It was also because of his patience that when he looked at the 4th light screen, he finally saw a mission that could be considered to have met the requirement. This mission was extremely simple. There was only a single requirement, and that was to have a spiritual eye. After this requirement, the contribution point reward was extremely high, reaching a total of 2,000 contribution points. In Yan Chutian's opinion, having a spiritual eye, there was probably no one else in the entire Firmament God Palace other than him and Gu Qinyan. However, he still found it hard to imagine what kind of mission would have a reward of 2,000 contribution points. Even a silver plate disciple wouldn't be able to easily take out such a number of contribution points. However, with such an excellent opportunity placed in front of him, how could he miss it? If he failed, then so be it. But if he succeeded, then it would mean that he would obtain a total of 2,000 contribution points. Yan Chutian wasn't a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a moment, he directly accepted the mission. It was only after he accepted the mission that he was able to learn more about the details of the mission. It was also after that Yan Chutian understood why the person who accepted the mission was so generous. It was because the person who accepted the mission was actually a gold plate disciple. The other party's name was Shun Han. Although Yan Chutian had never heard of this name before, since he was a gold plate disciple, his identity should be at least at the 7th level of the Heaven Palace realm, or even higher. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to be able to take out 2,000 contribution points. After knowing this, Yan Chutian wouldn't retreat at all. He immediately rushed to the location of Shun Han's cave that was marked in the mission. At the same time, a blue-clothed youth sitting cross-legged under the spirit origin ancient tree of the Cloud Sky faction opened his eyes as if he sensed something. Then, he looked at his own identity plate. The identity plate flickered with golden light, overflowing with light and vibrant colors. It was extremely eye-catching. This proved that his identity had already stepped into the ranks of gold plate disciples. It was enough to make countless disciples of the Cloud Sky faction envious and respectful. When his gaze swept over the identity plate, the blue-clothed youth's face was suddenly shocked. Because he didn't expect that there would be someone who accepted his mission. He clearly remembered that in his requirements, the person had to possess a spirit eye. But, he knew that in the entire Firmament God Palace, only the proud daughter of heaven of the Heavenly Array faction, Gu Qinyan, possessed a spirit eye. It wasn't that he didn't think of Gu Qinyan, but he knew that with Gu Qinyan's status and talent, how could she be someone that he, a gold plate disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, could command? Thus, when he put up this mission, it was just a casual matter. He didn't hold any expectations at all. But now there was actually a response. In an instant, regardless of whether it was true or not, the blue-clothed youth, Shun Han, directly gave up on continuing to cultivate under the spirit origin ancient tree. He had to return and take a look. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he really encountered someone with a spirit eye, that would be a rare opportunity. Although it seemed late, in truth, it had only been a few breaths of time since he received the message. Shun Han had already stood up and rushed in the direction of his cave. That sort of movement speed was simply as if he had encountered some sort of unprecedented opportunity. And while Shun Han was rushing back, Yan Chutian was also rushing towards his cave. Along the way, although he wasn't envious of those cave dwellings that occupied excellent positions, he still sighed in his heart. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 658. Half a quarter of an hour later, they appeared in front of an extremely majestic cave dwelling. Yan Chutian saw a heroic figure of a blue-clothed young man. Thinking about it, he knew that this should be Chen Han. When he accepted the mission, there should have been a corresponding notification that was sent to his identity card. At the same time, the blue-clothed figure, Chen Han, also looked over. Although his cave dwelling was luxurious, only gold disciples could enjoy it. However, he was a loner, so very few people would come here. Therefore, when he saw Yan Chutian appear, he didn't need to think too much to know that this should be the disciple who accepted his mission. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party's cultivation was only at the 4th level of Yuanying. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Junior Brother Yen Yun is a new disciple of the Cloud Sky faction. Since he took the initiative to come here and accepted the mission, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't foolishly wait for the other party to speak. Moreover, no matter what, the other party was a gold disciple. Such a person would more or less have his own pride. If he accidentally offended the other party, it would be even more troublesome. After knowing that the other party was a new disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, Chen Han gradually understood. Even if the other party's cultivation was a little too weak, he didn't care anymore. Right now, he only cared whether the other party had a spiritual eye. Therefore, after nodding slightly, he directly spoke. His tone was cold and emotionless. I, Chun Han, won't say any more polite words. Since you have accepted the mission, please show your proof. The other party went straight to the point, and Yen Chutian was happy to see that. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Of course." Before his voice faded, a crack gradually appeared on Yen Chutian's originally calm forehead. Following which, the crack opened and a flickering vertical eye appeared between the heavens and the earth. Chun Han had seen from afar that Gu Qinyan of the Sky Array faction had used his spiritual eye. Therefore, at this moment, he could feel an aura from the two of them that seemed to come from the same source. This also made him certain that the other party had opened his spiritual eye without a doubt. In an instant, apart from being excited, Chun Han's face became extremely fiery. He wasn't coveting Yen Chutian's spiritual eye, but he knew that the opportunity for him to step into the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace realm had truly arrived. As long as he could remove the layer of frost on the surface of the floating cold fruit, he would be able to absorb the pure medicinal essence within the fruit and attempt to break through to the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Thinking of this, Chun Han did not hesitate. He raised his hand and opened the green rock cave mansion behind him, then invited Yen Chutian in. Although Chun Han's tone still revealed a natural coldness, Yen Chutian could already feel that ever since he revealed his spiritual eye, his attitude towards him had improved a lot. It was just that this was his nature. He was not good at changing, or it could be said that he disdained to change because of benefits. Stepping into the Green Rock Cave Mansion, as soon as the cave mansion was closed, Chun Han couldn't wait to stretch out his right palm. Suddenly, a light flashed, and a white light cluster appeared in his palm. At the same time, a wave of extremely cold air also spread out in the cave. This situation caused Yen Chutian to be taken aback. Then, he looked at the white mass of cold qi and his eyes lit up. Big leaf floating cold fruit? Chun Han wasn't surprised that Lin Yun recognized the floating cold fruit. What he cared about was whether Lin Yun could remove the frost on the surface of the fruit. Furthermore, he knew that since Lin Yun knew the name of the floating cold fruit, there was no need for him to say more. Lin Yun should know what his intentions were. The situation was the same. The moment Chun Han said the name, Yen Chutian knew why Chun Han needed a disciple with a spiritual eye. The floating cold fruit was extremely mysterious. From the moment the fruit was born, it was surrounded by a layer of frost. As the fruit continued to grow, the cold aura would also grow stronger. However, only this cold aura could ensure the growth of the floating cold fruit. In fact, the stronger the cold aura, the better the quality and effectiveness of the floating cold fruit would be. However, this was the case. When the floating cold fruit matured, the layer of frost would become the greatest obstacle to harvesting the fruit. The frost was born with the fruit and had long been connected to it. If one didn't know what was going on inside and tried to destroy it with brute force, it was extremely likely that the fruit's effect would be destroyed. In serious cases, it might even be destroyed. Even an ordinary heavenly origin expert would not be able to dispel such a frigid aura. Only certain special methods, such as the spiritual eye, could safely dispel it to the greatest extent possible. In such a situation, it was no wonder that Chun Han wanted to find a disciple with a spiritual eye. After all, even if he had a high status as a golden disciple, ordinary heavenly source disciples or elders would find it extremely difficult to request his help. There was no need to even mention that ordinary heavenly source experts couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't damage the fruit and completely remove the frost. However, Yen Chutian also understood that Chun Han was lucky to have met him. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to find a disciple with a spiritual eye? It seemed that even in the Heavenly Array faction, only Gu Qinyan possessed a spiritual eye. However, although Gu Qinyan hadn't stepped into the heavenly source stage, his status was something that Chun Han couldn't invite. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel that his request of 2,000 contribution points was a little too low. Who knows if Shun Han is a roundworm in Yen Chutian's stomach? Just as he was thinking about this, Shun Han suddenly spoke. As long as you can get rid of the frigid air, I will add another 2,000 contribution points to the 2,000 contribution points reward. In addition, I, Shun Han, will owe you a favor. In the future, if you need me for anything, as long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely not shirk. Shun Han directly added 2,000 contribution points, and even took the initiative to owe him a favor. Hearing this, Yen Chutian felt that it was enough. In truth, even without the favor, 4,000 contribution points were already enough. After all, removing the frost wasn't a difficult task for Yen Chutian. In the past, he could directly remove the frost with his strength. Now, with his spiritual eye, there shouldn't be much difference. With this thought, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated and directly said, "All right, Senior Brother Shun only needs to wait for an hour. At that time, the complete floating frost fruit that can remove the frost will appear in front of you." As his voice faded, Yen Chutian reached for the floating frost fruit in Shun Han's hand. Shun Han was clearly not a hesitant person. After handing it over, he directly sat down at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Although it was impossible for anyone to disturb him in his cave dwelling, he couldn't be careless when it came to the floating frost fruit. Seeing this, Yen Chutian didn't say anything. He slowly wrapped the ball of frost in his hand with his spiritual chi, walked into the depths of the cave, and quietly sat down. The frost was inextricably linked to the fruit. Even the slightest bit of damage would affect the fruit's effectiveness. In the past, Yen Chutian could perfectly separate it with his strength. But now, he could only use his spiritual eye to identify the situation strand by strand. The spiritual eye could see through all illusions. Although the frost was strange and difficult to detect with one's perception, under Yen Chutian's spiritual eye, especially since his spiritual eye had leveled up, it didn't have much resistance and was quickly seen through. However, if it was another cultivator with a spiritual eye, even if they could see through it, they would definitely find it extremely troublesome. This was because the inextricably linked strands were densely packed together. How could it be easy to separate them? Only Yen Chutian, who was extremely experienced, could remain as calm as an ancient well without the slightest ripple in the face of such a situation. A quarter of an hour later, when Yen Chutian had clearly seen all the connections, he began to separate the strands of ties. During this process, the frost on the surface of the floating frost fruit continuously spread and entered his body along with his spiritual chi. This frost might not be much to a Heavenly Palace realm cultivator, but to a Yuanying realm cultivator, it wasn't a small problem. Even Yen Chutian wasn't an exception. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was already prepared. As the frigid cold spread into his body, the third-grade profound yang qi in his dantian that had been accumulating power for a long time rapidly surged out. The result didn't disappoint him. No matter how powerful the frost was, it still obediently lowered its head in front of the mysterious yang qi. As for Yen Chutian, he was also corroded by the frost in the beginning, but later on, he completely recovered and wasn't affected at all. Chapter 659. As Yen Chutian extracted the frigid fruit bit by bit, the ball of light that was originally dense with cold energy was gradually disappearing. As the cold energy disappeared, the silver-white flesh of the fruit gradually appeared. On the other hand, a layer of sweat appeared on Yen Chutian's forehead. His current strength was only at the 4th level of the Yuanying realm. Even if he had the power of the spiritual eye, even if he had the Xianyang Qi, and even if he had a deep foundation. However, under such a long period of meticulous work, it was inevitable that he would be exhausted. It wasn't that his willpower wasn't enough, but that his body's condition didn't allow it. However, even so, Yen Chutian was confident that removing the frigid fruit wouldn't be a problem for him. The frigid fruit was still being removed. Within Yan Chutian's body, it was wrapped up by the Xianyang Qi layer by layer, and it didn't affect his body at all. Following which, Yan Chutian originally wanted to expel the frigid fruit and let it dissipate between heaven and earth. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly had a thought and stopped his actions. That was because the dense cold energy wasn't completely useless. Although the frigid fruit didn't have much effect on the Tianfu realm, it wasn't something that could be underestimated in the Yuanying realm. Therefore, if it was mixed into the formation, even if it wasn't a fatal threat to an Iron Token disciple like Qin Hao, it would still be able to intimidate and affect him or her. With that thought, Yan Chutian continuously released the Xianyang Qi to gather the frigid fruit. Under such circumstances, just like what Yan Chutian said, an hour's time finally passed. Seeing that an hour had passed, Shun Han, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the cave, was still calm. Not to mention that he had some doubts about whether Yan Chutian could completely remove the frigid fruit, let alone an hour's time. Wasn't it a little too short? However, he could understand that with the spiritual eye, there would naturally be a certain amount of pride. If it was any other time, he could have just ignored him. However, he still needed the floating cold fruit to dispel the floating cold, so he could only go along with his word. He could only hope that the other party had a spiritual eye, so even if some of the fruits were damaged, he could minimize the damage. However, just as Shun Han was about to continue waiting, a sudden movement came from the depths of the cave. Then, a figure slowly stepped out. Needless to say, Shun Han knew that this was definitely Yan Chutian walking out. This immediately caused his expression to change, because in his opinion, it had only been less than an hour. Even if the other party had a spiritual eye, how could it be possible for him to completely dispel the cold qi? He was probably in such a hurry because of the promise he made earlier. However, if that was the case, his big leaf floating cold fruit would definitely suffer even more damage. Thinking of this, Shun Han's heart was filled with anger. If the other party was not strong enough and damaged the floating cold fruit, it would be fine. However, if the other party damaged the floating cold fruit because he wanted to fulfill his promise, then no matter what, it would be difficult for him to accept it. Yan Chutian did not notice Shun Han's expression. He only handed the silver-white fruit, which had completely dispelled the cold, to the latter. The moment the latter received the fruit, his expression was still ugly. However, when he glanced at the silver-white fruit in his hand, his expression suddenly changed. This was because in his perception, the silver-white fruit in his hand did not seem to have any cracks. This caused Shun Han to not care about anything else. He hurriedly held his breath and stared at the fruit in his hand, enveloping it with his perception. However, even as he closely sensed it, he was still unable to find any flaws in the fruit. Perhaps there was a mistake at first glance, but Shun Han was very clear that after careful perception, it was still the same. Therefore, it could not be a mistake. This floating cold fruit really did not have any flaws. However, how was this possible? With the other party's cultivation level, even if he had a spiritual eye, how could he dispel the cold of the floating cold fruit so perfectly? At the same time, Yan Chutian did not know what Shun Han was thinking. As for the latter carefully inspecting the floating cold fruit, he did not feel suspicious at all. If it were him, he would also be concerned about the condition of the fruit. It was no wonder that the other party was so anxious to inspect it. However, Yan Chutian was not worried at all. He was very careful and this floating cold fruit was not damaged at all. After that, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry. He just waited quietly. He did not make him wait for too long. After a few breaths, Shun Han directly lifted his eyes and stared at Yan Chutian. Immediately after, he took out his identity token. Seeing this, Yan Chutian also took out his identity token. It was just that the dull metal token, compared to the sparkling gold token, gave off a shabby feeling. Without any explanation, Chern Han directly transferred the contribution points into Yan Chutian's identity badge. When Yan Chutian glanced at his own identity badge, he was stunned, because he saw that Chern Han had transferred a total of 5,000 contribution points. 5,000 contribution points. Compared to the promised 4,000 contribution points, it was a full 1,000 points more. Although the more contribution points, the better, Yan Chutian was not the type of person who would accept a reward if it was not deserved. Therefore, he frowned and said directly, "Senior Chen, the floating cold fruit is extremely important to me. You even removed the cold from it without any damage. You deserve these 5,000 contribution points. Also, the favor I owe you still counts. Whenever you come to find me, as long as it is something within my capabilities, I will not refuse." However, Chern Han did not want to hear that even after he finished speaking, the 1,000 contribution points in his identity badge were still slowly returning. This made him extremely confused. However, at this time, Yan Chutian's indifferent voice slowly rang out. "Senior Chen, don't look down on me. Although I need contribution points, I am not greedy. Since we agreed on 4,000 contribution points, then it is 4,000. As for the final product of the floating cold fruit, it was originally going to be like this. Senior Chen, you don't have to worry about it." After he finished speaking, Yan Chutian did not wait for Chern Han to speak. He directly turned and walked out of the cave. Looking at his departing figure, Chern Han's gaze could not help but become more solemn. The more small things a person's true nature could be seen. At least from Chern Han's point of view, this new disciple was very different. After leaving Chern Han's cave, Yan Chutian went straight to the trading pavilion. Since he had a total of 4,000 contribution points, he naturally had to prepare the best array materials. In less than 15 minutes, Yan Chutian once again appeared in the depths of the trading pavilion. This time, Yan Chutian did not even look at the spirit gathering root in the corner. Instead, he directly looked at the 1,000 dispersing soul ancient vines. The dispersing soul ancient vines were better than the spirit gathering root. Not only could it gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it could also completely convert it into array energy. This was also the reason why the dispersing soul ancient vines could only be used by Xian array masters. Otherwise, the price would not be so high. If it was in the past, Yan Chutian would not even dare to think about the dispersing soul ancient vines. However, with 4,000 contribution points, he could afford the array materials for Xian array masters. He spent 1,000 contribution points to purchase the dispersing soul ancient vines. As for the other array materials, he did not need to change them. With 3,000 contribution points, Yan Chutian's gaze was no longer limited to array materials. Instead, he looked at other places. Even though it was just a quick glance, Yan Chutian saw many extraordinary treasures. In this official counter, even demon-grade spirit herbs could be seen everywhere. This showed the foundation of the Cloud Sky clan. As for sacred-grade spirit herbs, he could not see them. It was simple to think about it. Sacred-grade spirit herbs were extraordinary. The Cloud Sky clan did have them, but there were not many of them. It was even more impossible for them to be placed in such a counter and sold with contribution points. Yan Chutian did not dare to think about sacred-grade spirit herbs. Not to mention that there were none, even if there were, he would definitely not be able to afford them with his mere 3,000 contribution points. Even if it was a demon-grade spirit herb, he would still not be able to afford it. Even the cheapest stock would cost more than 3,000 contribution points. However, Yan Chutian did not care if it was a demon-grade spirit herb or not. What he cared about was whether it was useful to him. If it was useful, so what if it was spiritual? If it was useless, even if it was a 9-pattern demon-grade spirit herb, what other use would it have other than refining it into spiritual energy? P.S. If Blue Sky said that as long as someone commented on the book review section of Zongheng Chinese Network, would anyone comment on it? Only today, blue sky is waiting for Big Brother's arrival. Chapter 660. Yan Chutian's gaze swept across the counters one by one. He didn't stop at any of the treasures because they were all useless to him. However, Yan Chutian had already thought it through. He didn't show any disappointment on his face as he retreated to the back of the trading pavilion and returned to the counters that were lined up with disciples. Right now, he wasn't just limited to array materials. Thus, he was also looking forward to obtaining something extraordinary from the counters of these disciples. Even Yan Chutian knew that the possibility of picking up something from the counters of at least bronze token disciples was extremely small. However, he still had to do it to know if it was possible or not. As he walked past the counters, Yan Chutian's vision became a little dazzled. This wasn't to say that the treasures on the counters were too high grade for his eyes to take in. Instead, it was because the treasures on the counters covered all aspects. Perhaps some of the spiritual herbs weren't high grade, but they could always make one's eyes light up. Yan Chutian was very clear about this. This was the power of numbers. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Even the most experienced fishermen couldn't compare to dozens of people searching together. And it was during this search that Yan Chutian really saw a scarlet-red finger-sized spirit medicine at a certain stall. Perhaps others didn't know what this spiritual herb was, but Yan Chutian knew that it was the spirit-receiving grass. Using the spirit-receiving grass to make the spiritual explosion pill was enough to allow a cultivator, who had just entered the heavenly palace realm, to accumulate spiritual energy in a short period of time and explode it in an instant. Although this spirit-receiving grass wasn't a spirit-receiving grass, it had reached the spirit-receiving grass with 7 veins. If he used this spirit-receiving grass as the source, then it could allow him to explode his spiritual energy in a short period of time. Yan Chutian intended to buy this spirit-receiving grass. Although he didn't know how to refine pills, he could directly refine and absorb the spirit-receiving grass. The effect was similar. However, the intention to buy was one thing, but actually buying it was another. Although the spirit-receiving grass was good, it was ultimately harmful to oneself and could even damage one's foundation. However, the foundation was something that Yan Chutian didn't want to see being damaged the most. Thus, he didn't directly buy it. Instead, he continued to scan the counters, looking for the spiritual herb that he was looking forward to. It was as if the heavens were looking after Yan Chutian. After 15 minutes, he actually saw a white, milk-like substance on an inconspicuous counter. With Yan Chutian's eyesight, he could naturally see that it was the spiritual rock marrow that he was looking for. The spiritual rock marrow was extremely gentle and had a strong nourishing properties. Therefore, it was a necessary healing spiritual material for many cultivators. Because of this point, the spirit-receiving grasses was double the spirit-receiving grass. However, whether it was double or not, Yan Chutian did not care. As long as he found the spiritual marrow, it would be fine. Otherwise, even if he wouldn't even if he empty spirit by himself. Thus, Yan Chutian immediately made a decision and bought the spirit rock marrow. Then, he turned back and bought 2 more spirit receiving grass. At this point, the 3,000 contribution points in his hand had been completely used up. Thus, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left the trading pavilion, returning to his cave residence. Everything had been prepared as much as possible. Then, he could only see how much luck he had in the advancement assessment. At the same time, not to mention the entire inner sect, at least the atmosphere among the iron plate disciples was already completely boiling. As an iron plate disciple, naturally, they all wanted to be promoted to a bronze plate disciple. Now that the opportunity to directly promote their status without breaking through was in front of them, how could they hesitate? Under such a heated atmosphere, more than 10 days passed quickly. After more than 10 days, the advancement assessment was finally approaching. At dawn on this day, Many iron plate disciples rushed to a stretch of mountain range. This mountain range was the location of the assessment. When all the disciples landed on the periphery of the mountain range, they could clearly see the figure of an old man sitting quietly on a bluestone. Many iron plate disciples also knew this old man. Although his identity was not an elder, he was still the chief figure among the deacons. More importantly, his cultivation had already stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Mansion state. Only some gold plate disciples could be on par with him. Greetings, Deacon Shui. When Qin Hao landed on the periphery of the mountain range, he immediately greeted the old man. However, hearing this, the old man just nodded faintly. He didn't give him any face at all. Seeing this, Qin Hao was not surprised. He had long known that the old man's temperament was extremely old-fashioned. In his opinion, he was stupid, but in the eyes of many people, he was upright and plain-spoken. After greeting Deacon Shui, Qin Hao's gaze swept across the surroundings. In the crowd, he seemed to be looking for someone. However, this sweep of his gaze caused his eyes to narrow slightly, because he didn't see the ant-like figure that he'd expected. But how could this be? His main purpose today was to defeat the ant-like figure and then obtain the cultivation resources. However, if the other party didn't appear, how could he be defeated? At the same time, Yan Chutian was indeed not at the periphery of the mountain range. At this moment, he was still sitting in the depths of the cave. It wasn't until another quarter of an hour passed that he finally opened his eyes that had been closed for 10 days. As soon as he opened his eyes, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, Yan Chutian's face was not happy. Even if he was in seclusion for 10 days, it only made his Yuanying 4th level progress a little. In such a situation, he couldn't help but miss Shui Er's clear heart. Under the clear heart reflection, even if he spent most of his time on the cultivation of the Xianyang swallow, the progress he made was still significant. However, the remaining time allowed him to make quite a bit of progress. Furthermore, this sort of progress did not harm his foundation at all. However, Yan Chutian was clear that this was something that he could only think about. He couldn't selfishly keep Cher by his side just for his own cultivation. Now, thinking about how the advancement test was about to begin, he had to make a move and head straight for the mountain range where the test was taking place. With that thought, Yan Chutian flew out of the cave and headed straight for the mountain range. The Cloud Sky mountain range was only half the size of the outer sect, but even so, it was still incomparably vast. Not to mention, there were also a lot of forbidden spaces. If all of those were included, it would be even larger than the outer sect. The mountain range wasn't within those restricted spaces. After all, it was only the advancement test for Iron Token disciples, and it didn't need such a place. However, this mountain range also couldn't be underestimated. Many traps had already been set up in the mountain range. If anyone dared to underestimate it, even if they were Yuanying 8th or 9th level, they would suffer. Another half an hour later, Yan Chutian arrived outside the mountain range and saw the numerous Iron Token disciples as well as the old deacon sitting cross-legged on a huge bluestone in front of the mountain range. If it was before, Yan Chutian's arrival wouldn't have attracted much attention. However, now that the news of him defeating Zhao Yi had spread, it had already attracted the attention of many Iron Token disciples. There were even some discussions about him that sounded out from various parts of the crowd. For example, Qin Hao, the Iron Token disciples of Yuanying 9th level, looked over with curiosity in their eyes. After all, no matter how they looked at him, he was only Yuanying 4th level. But with such a cultivation, he was actually able to defeat Zhao Yi. However, even if they looked over, they would at most be curious. After all, Zhao Yi had only just entered Yuanying 8th level, and was only Qin Hao's lackey. Defeating him wasn't considered a big deal to them, it could only be considered a small commotion. Compared to that, it was actually him rejecting the invitation of a bronze token disciple that was more eye-catching. Quite a few gazes looked over one after another, but the one that was the most passionate was still the one that belonged to Qin Hao. At this moment, in his eyes, Yen Chutian was equivalent to a cultivation resource, a precious resource that could allow him to break through the Yuanying stage and step into the heavenly palace realm. As long as he ruthlessly defeated him, the cultivation resource would be in his hands. And if he used it well, he would step into the heavenly palace realm. Then, his future path would be incomparably smooth. He would definitely become a bronze token disciple. Chapter 661. The wait before the advancement assessment began was torturous for every iron token disciple. Fortunately, no matter how long the time was, it was still slowly approaching. Late in the morning, the deacon elder, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bluestone for a long time, finally opened his eyes. He casually glanced at the crowd below and took out an ancient mirror. The light from the ancient mirror shone on the crowd. Immediately after, a light screen was reflected in the sky. The scene on the light screen was one disciple after another being shown on by the ancient mirror. This ancient mirror was not considered a spiritual weapon. Its function was to record all the disciples and prevent some high-ranking disciples from taking advantage of the situation. Although this kind of situation was extremely rare, since it was the inner sect, they would naturally take precautions in all aspects. When the ancient mirror shone on all the disciples and there was no abnormality on the light screen, the deacon elder kept the ancient mirror and looked at the continuous mountain range behind him. He slowly said, "When the advancement assessment begins, you will enter this mountain range. There is a blazing fire pond in the depths of the mountain range. Only by extracting 10 wisps of fire from the pond can you ascend to the advancement peak at the end of the mountain range. There are 2 seats at the top of the promotion summit. After 6 hours, the disciples on these 2 seats will be promoted to bronze plate. In addition, there is a blazing fire pond in the mountain range. Naturally, there will be many restrictions. If no one is able to ascend to the advancement peak after 6 hours, then it will be considered a failure and no one will be able to advance." In a few short sentences, the deacon elder clearly explained the rules of the advancement assessment. Hearing such a rule, no one had any objections. These rules were the simplest and fairest. Everyone relied on their own strength, and there was no chance of luck. Seeing that no one had any objections, the deacon elder looked at the mountain range behind him. Then, his voice, which was supported by spiritual energy, slowly echoed in front of the mountain range and among the crowd. "The assessment begins." The moment his voice sounded, countless figures rushed towards the entrance of the mountain range. There were only 6 hours, so no one was polite. It was the same for Yen Chutian. The instant the deacon's voice faded, he blended into the crowd and headed straight for the entrance of the mountain range. However, with his sharp senses, he could faintly sense that there was a pair of eyes quietly staring at him. As he rushed into the entrance of the mountain range, he couldn't help but turn around and look in the direction of his senses. Immediately, a figure in green entered his line of sight. Looking at this line of sight, the name Qin Hao subconsciously appeared in Yen Chutian's mind. This was because he had only offended one person, Qin Hao, who was the leader of the 9th layer of Yuanying disciples. But he couldn't understand. In such an occasion of advancement, he should be more fanatical than him. How could he still be watching him closely at this time? However, he couldn't care less. With a leap, he charged directly into the mountain range. After charging into the mountain range, he was thinking about how to deal with Qin Hao. Unexpectedly, what greeted him was an extremely dense white fog. At the same time, Yen Chutian also felt that within the fog, there was a sense of confusion. Although it didn't confuse one's mind, it was enough to make one lose their sense of direction. At such a time, and at the entrance of the mountain range, Yen Chutian wasn't stupid enough to think that it was an accident. This was the restriction that the deacon old man had mentioned before they entered the mountain range. As such, Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel happy. This method was the most advantageous for him, because he had the spiritual eye. As long as he opened it, this method wouldn't be able to stop him. At the same time, he took advantage of this time to enter the depths of the mountain range and search for the flame pool. Moreover, this way, he didn't have to worry about Qin Hao's situation. With this thought, Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye. Under the spirit eye's scan, the originally confusing fog was no longer obstructed, allowing him to see the path towards the depths of the mountain range. When Yan Chutian was the first to rush out of the fog, not everyone was left behind. After all, among the iron plate disciples, there were some who were capable. At the very least, this kind of method was nothing to some of them. Some of them directly broke through the fog and went straight into the depths of the mountain range. However, after the fog, there was another method. It was a swamp. What was strange was that this swamp could corrode a cultivator's spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy barrier was destroyed, then what awaited them was only to be completely swallowed and fall into the depths of the swamp. This method was obviously to test a cultivator's spiritual energy foundation. If they didn't have enough foundation, they would be quickly eliminated. As expected, the faces of the disciples who didn't have enough foundation became paler and paler, until a certain moment, when the spiritual energy barrier was finally corroded and broken, he fell into the swamp with an ugly expression. Seeing this, it was already good enough that the other disciples didn't add insult to injury. Wanting them to help was tantamount to a fool's dream. Yan Chutian was the same. These were all his competitors, so he naturally couldn't help them. However, in a place like this, the foundation that he had been holding on to finally revealed its advantage. Even if his cultivation was only at the 4th layer of the Yuanying sect, his foundation was already comparable to some disciples at the 8th layer of the Yuanying sect. At the same time, seeing Yan Chutian's figure, many of the surrounding disciples were shocked. Naturally, they didn't think that this new disciple at the 4th layer of the Yuanying sect would have such a deep foundation. However, when they thought about how he defeated Zhao Yi, it was understandable. If he wasn't different from ordinary people, then Zhao Yi wouldn't have been defeated by him, even if he wasn't a strong person. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Yan Chutian only cared about himself as he quickly passed through the swamp and rushed towards the depths of the swamp. There was no need to think too much to know that either the flames in the blazing fire pond were extremely difficult to obtain, or that there was a limited amount of flames, or both. However, no matter which it was, the disciples who got to the blazing fire pond earlier would have an advantage. Thus, if possible, he naturally wanted to be the first to appear in front of the blazing fire pond. However, the following path was bumpy and there were many restrictions. Thus, the weaker disciples were all eliminated. Looking around, only those at the 7th layer of the Yuanying sect and above could continue forward without being affected. Among this, Yan Chutian's existence was an anomaly. Not to mention, he was actually ahead of some of the leaders at the 9th layer of the Yuanying sect. At this moment, Qin Hao's face was gloomy because even he was left behind by Yan Chutian. This naturally made it difficult for him to tolerate. Originally, he thought that he would be able to deal with the other party as soon as he entered the mountain range. After that, even if he knew that the chances were not high, he could still fight for the final opportunity to advance. However, who would have thought that the ant would be so strange and actually be able to pass through the layers of restrictions? With such a speed, even he was unable to catch up. Damn it! Qin Hao coldly snorted and suddenly increased his speed. He could not bear it any longer. He had to deal with this ant before the blazing fire pond. Otherwise, if such an ant was jumping around in front of him, no matter what others thought, his pride would not allow this. Yan Chutian could no longer care about the rear because in his line of sight, a blazing fire pond had already appeared at the bottom of the valley in front of him. It was obvious that the blazing fire pond at the bottom of the valley was definitely the blazing fire pond that had been set up. Blazing fire pond! A leader roared in a low voice, and then his speed suddenly increased as he rushed towards the bottom of the valley. He had already taken the lead, so how could Yan Chutian hesitate? He immediately rushed in and rushed towards the bottom of the valley. However, he did not expect that just as he reached the bottom of the valley, a violent aura would suddenly descend from the sky, tearing apart space and directly blasting towards his heart. Sensing the violent aura attacking him, Yan Chutian immediately turned around and dodged. At the same time, he looked back and immediately saw an angry figure in green clothes. He was stepping on a huge rock and was embedded at the edge of the cliff. Chapter 662. Looking at the figure that was embedded in the cliff, Yan Chutian recognized at a glance that it was the figure that was staring at him before he entered the mountain range. In other words, the person in front of him should be Qin Hao. However, the other party was rushing towards him in anger. Yan Chutian was even more puzzled. Even if he had beaten up one of his lackeys, he shouldn't have cared about him during the advancement test. However, the fire pool was right in front of him, but he did not immediately descend to fight for the fire. Instead, he took the initiative to block him. Could it be that in his eyes, teaching him a lesson was more important than the opportunity to be promoted to a bronze disciple? Yan Chutian was puzzled. However, since the other party was blocking in front of him, it was difficult for him to move. After all, the other party's cultivation was at the 9th level of Yuanying. Even if he had made many preparations, there was still a certain amount of risk. If he still dared to be careless, it was not much different from courting death. At the same time, Qin Hao coldly stared at Yan Chutian. How could he still care about the fire pool? In his eyes, obtaining one of the 2 advancement quotas was simply a hopeless matter. Compared to that, it was naturally more certain to take down the ant in front of him. In any case, he would be promoted to a bronze disciple in the end. So why not choose the easier ladder? At the same time, the scene of Qin Hao opposing Yan Chutian had already been seen by many people. This caused many people to feel that it was strange because, in their opinion, this opportunity to advance should be the most important thing to Qin Hao. However, why would he waste time in front of the fire pool that was within reach and fight with the new disciple? However, no matter how puzzled they were, they would not say anything. Everyone who entered the mountain range was a competitor. Therefore, no one could wait for everyone to fight and only one to pick up the fire. Therefore, many people quickly retracted their gazes and stared at the fire pool that could be said to be in front of them. Only the disciples further behind, or rather, those who were already trapped by the restriction, had their gazes fixed on the 2 of them. Because up until now, the first Iron Plate disciple to make a move, the leader of the Iron Plate disciples, was precisely this Qin Hao. Quite a few gazes converged on this spot. Currently, Yan Chutian's reputation had spread far and wide. Hence, they vaguely knew of the latter. As a result, many people shook their heads. They didn't know why Qin Hao was so determined to attack this new disciple. But since he had made a move, it meant that this new disciple's luck was about to come to an end. This Qin Hao was not someone that lackey Zhao Yi could compare to. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Yuanying school. With that kind of strength, even a few Zhao Yis would not be enough. Thus, even though that new disciple had unexpectedly managed to defeat Zhao Yi in the eyes of the crowd, he would not be able to cause much of a commotion before Qin Hao. Haha! What a cunning loach! After running so far, I've finally caught you in front of the fire pool. Qin Hao slowly sneered. From his words, he already had the intention to capture him. Indeed, from his point of view, dealing with the new disciple in front of him was indeed an easy task. As for the fact that the other party could defeat Zhao Yi, it was nothing in his eyes. In front of him, Zhao Yi was just a lackey that followed him everywhere. With his strength at the 8th level of the Yuanying school, if he wanted to, he could heavily injure him with a single palm. The moment the other party opened his mouth, it was as if he was determined to win without any hesitation. This caused Yen Chutian to immediately save his words. This was because he already knew that this Qin Hao was coming straight for him. Even if the fire pool was right in front of him, the other party did not care at all. With this thought in mind, how could Yen Chutian hesitate in the slightest? As he secretly activated the array materials that he had prepared long ago, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Immediately, like a wisp of wind, he rushed to the other side of the valley. Seeing this, Qin Hao could not help but sneer. In his opinion, the other party wanted to escape. However, his wishful thinking was about to fail. Today, even if he had to give up on the fire pool, he had to catch him and ruthlessly defeat him. Therefore, while sneering, he had already stomped his right foot heavily, crushing the stone slab under his feet. Only then did he borrow the force of the rebound to explode out. While exploding out, Qin Hao's hand did not stop to rest. As he raised his hand, the violent power of qi crazily gathered. Then, with a point of his finger, the sharp tearing intent swept out, immediately tearing the space apart layer by layer, and headed straight for the sky in front of Yen Chong. As the tearing intent swept over, Yen Chutian hurriedly retaliated with a palm in the nick of time. In the end, although he was unable to eliminate this attack, he was able to rely on the vibrations of space to barely dodge it. However, this could be considered as blocking an attack. Immediately after, turbulent qi gathered in Qin Hao's hand, wrapping around the tip of his finger, wantonly emitting the most frightening and fierce fluctuations. Clearly, this finger attack was not considered to be much of a loss to Qin Hao. At the same time, seeing a good show of a cat catching a mouse before their eyes, the spectating disciples secretly shook their heads. From their point of view, Yen Chutian did not have the slightest chance of a counterattack. This was because the situation was completely one-sided from the start. However, it was normal when one thought about it. After all, he could defeat Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi was merely a lackey, while Qin Hao was the master of that lackey. The good show of a cat catching a mouse was still going on, but Qin Hao gradually recovered from the excitement of the joke. This was because he clearly remembered that when the other party defeated Zhao Yi, he had set up a great thousand slaughtering spirit formation. In other words, the other party's attainments in the Tao of formations were not low. Therefore, at this moment, could it be that he was secretly planning a great formation? If that was the case, even if the formation was truly set up, there was no need for him to be afraid. However, not needing to be afraid was one matter, and allowing the other party to set it up in the dark was another matter. In that case, no matter how he looked at it, he would lose some face. When he thought up to here, Qin Hao was prepared to retract the power of his aura. He could not continue like this. He had teased him enough. Next, it was time to end this boring farce. Huff, as his eyes opened and closed, a faint yellow aura was spat out from Qin Hao's mouth. Immediately after, Qin Hao clasped his palms together. Immediately, the spiritual energy in his body surged like an ocean, continuously accumulating. In the end, it turned into a yellow halo that wrapped around his arms. When the yellow halo appeared, everyone who looked at it could not help but feel a sense of desolation in their hearts. It was as if under this yellow halo, they had already seen the most tragic scene. All living things were plunged into misery and suffering, and there was nothing left in the world. Yellow spring heavenly light. In the next moment, Qin Hao softly muttered. The moment his soft voice sounded, the originally quiet serene yellow light halo immediately flickered with an endless amount of light, completely illuminating the entire place. At this moment, some of the figures who wanted to seize the fire around the fire pond seemed to have sensed something and turned their gazes back. At this moment, those who could appear beside the fire pond were all the leaders of the Iron Token disciples or people close to them. Thus, they were naturally very familiar with Qin Hao's spiritual technique. But it was precisely because they were familiar with it that they were a little surprised. They did not expect Qin Hao to use the yellow spring heavenly light in such a manner. This spiritual technique was already his killing move. The power it displayed was unparalleled. Even their leaders, who were more famous than him, did not dare to underestimate it. But since it was already like this, then the fight between him and the new disciple should be over. Although the new disciple was strange, it was impossible for him to cause another ripple under Qin Hao's yellow spring heavenly light. After all, his cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Yuanying realm. The difference between the 4th level of the Yuanying realm and the 9th level of the Yuanying realm was too great. At the same time, the numerous gazes from the iron plate disciples behind also lost interest, because as far as they were concerned, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. This result was within their expectations. After all, he was just a new disciple. Even if he was somewhat extraordinary, there was a limit to how extraordinary he could be. On the other hand, if Qin Hao could not even deal with a new disciple who had just entered the Cloud Sky faction, then it would be overturning the sky. Chapter 663. The dazzling yellow light continued to shine in Qin Hao's hands. This was the power of the underworld heavenly light. If the power of this spiritual art were to descend, it would be enough to make even a level 9 Yuanying cultivator feel pressured. Because of this, in the eyes of many disciples, Yan Chutian was destined to lose. After all, although his performance was extraordinary, the difference in cultivation level between him and Qin Hao was still too great. When the power of the underworld heavenly light finally descended, the crowd had already silently turned their gazes away. Since they had already expected the result, they naturally did not want to look anymore. However, when the crowd turned their gazes away, they did not expect the expected loud roar to not be heard. Perhaps 1 or 2 breaths of time would not be strange, but when it became a few breaths or even close to 10 breaths of time, the crowd finally had a premonition that something was not right. At this moment, before the crowd had the time to turn their gazes away, a dazzling green light suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless green lights shot up from the ground and finally formed an extremely magnificent giant array in front of the crowd. When the giant array was formed, a hidden and heavy pressure gradually spread out. It was this pressure that instantly attracted countless gazes and fixed their gazes on the giant array. This is the great 1,000 spirit slaughtering array? How is it possible? He actually secretly set up another giant array, but how could he set it up so quickly? Could it be that he used the great 1,000 spirit slaughtering array to block Qin Hao's underworld heavenly light? Many exclamations that did not conceal their shock continuously converged from all directions of the crowd. Even from the fire pool at the bottom of the valley, there were gazes from afar, and it was difficult to hide the shock in the depths of their eyes. They simply did not expect that, at that moment of imminent peril, their opponents would actually activate a grand formation that they had secretly set up. Speaking of which, the time taken to set up this giant array seemed to be too short. However, the array that was set up in such a short time was still able to block Qin Hao's underworld heavenly light. Within the great 1,000 spirit slaughtering formation, the dazzling green light gathered. Yan Chutian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had used a lot of array materials, it was still a matter of life and death when he really set up the array. In the end, he had no choice but to use the profound sun swallow right before the formation was completed. Otherwise, before the formation was even activated, he would be heavily injured. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Now that the great Kiliacosm spirit slaughtering array was activated, it finally had some resistance against Qin Hao. At the same time, a cold light flickered in the depths of Qin Hao's eyes as he looked at the dazzling green formation before him. His face was extremely gloomy. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that his worries from a moment ago would become a reality so quickly. He had actually allowed the other party to set up a large formation right under his nose without him noticing. Furthermore, it was not that he did not know about the great Kiliacosm spirit slaughtering array. If this array was set up well enough, not to mention him, even a heavenly palace realm cultivator could be killed. However, what made Qin Hao calm down a little was that he remembered that the great Kiliacosm spirit slaughtering array that Zhao Yi had been severely injured by could only kill 70% of Yuanying. From the looks of it, even if it could threaten 80% of Yuanying, it should not be able to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Qin Hao calmed down even more. Then, he looked at Yan Chutian, who was inside the green formation, and said slowly, "I think this is your last resort. If that's the case, I would like to see what resistance you have after I break this array of yours." As his voice fell, Qin Hao's hands formed another seal. Along with this seal, there was a strange pitch-black color that gradually wriggled between his palms. When the pitch-black colors slowly intertwined, an undetectable silver light flashed. Even space could not stop the sharp intent and was silently torn apart. At the same time, only by looking carefully could one see that between Qin Hao's palms, within the intertwining pitch-black colors, there was an equally pitch-black black needle that was quietly floating. The black needle continued to absorb Qin Hao's support, and the sharp intent that spread out on its own continued to grow stronger under this support. At a certain point, although the black needle was still thin, it seemed to tremble slightly, and there was an extremely majestic aura that swept up madly. Such a situation was naturally noticed by everyone. For a time, countless gazes that looked in the direction of Qin Hao became extremely solemn. They all vaguely knew that if the underworld heavenly light that Qin Hao used previously was considered a killing move, then this black needle was a powerful spiritual art that was like the bottom of a box. This needle was called the demonic devouring needle. Once it was used, it would frantically tear apart space until it tore apart the enemy's body and devoured their flesh and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Hao actually used the demonic devouring needle. That new disciple is finished. Once the demonic devouring needle is used, if the power of this new disciple's great thousand slaughtering spirit formation is limited, I'm afraid that this needle will directly take his life. I heard that on that day, the power of the great thousand slaughtering spirit formation could cut through 7 layers of Yuanying. I just don't know if it can block this black needle demonic devouring needle? At the same time, Qin Hao suddenly raised his head. His sinister smile and baleful gaze had already locked onto Yan Chutian, who was within the great thousand slaughtering spirit formation. So what if he was lucky enough to set up the formation? Under his demonic devouring needle, it would still be difficult for him to escape defeat or even death. As for whether he would die or not, it would depend on how much resistance an ant like you had. In the next moment, Qin Hao's palm moved slightly. However, with this slight movement, the black needle that was originally quietly floating suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, an extremely terrifying tearing feeling suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. Without much thought, one would know that it was the power of the black needle demonic devouring needle. The terrifying power that tore apart space surged over. At this moment, Yan Chutian's gaze was incomparably solemn. He was clear that the strongest spiritual art that a level 9 Yuanying cultivator could unleash was extremely powerful. However, being clear did not mean that he was afraid. He gently closed his eyes and slowly formed a seal at the same time. Under his hand seals, the ancient green array finally began to slowly circulate. This was the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. The Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation could absorb the surrounding power of the heavens and the earth for its own use. This was because the moment it was activated, the surrounding heavens and the earth would be attracted by an indescribable force and crazily converge. The spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was crazily attracted. The distance also increased from 10 feet to 10 feet, and finally to 1,000 feet. However, perhaps because of the formation material, 1,000 feet was not the limit. Outside 1,000 feet, some of the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was gradually attracted and gradually merged into the green tornado. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth gathered, a similarly huge green arm gradually formed within the green tornado. The green arm was larger than before. Clearly, it was because the great thousand slaughtering spirit formation this time was also stronger than before. This situation was clearly due to the formation material taking the lead. Whoosh! The demonic devouring black needle tore through the sky and whistled as it fell, heading straight for Yen Chutian within the formation. At the same time, within the great thousand slaughtering spirit formation, the huge arm rose into the sky and rapidly pressed down on the black needle. The two collided, but for a moment there was no shocking rumbling sound. However, sometimes the bigger the commotion, the more terrifying it was. When the commotion was small, there would still be an unimaginably terrifying force that would wreak havoc. This was clearly the situation between the green arm and the demonic devouring black needle. Although it was silent, in the next moment, a huge energy ripple reverberated and swept in all directions. Just these ripples alone were enough to make many 5th and 6th level Yuanian cultivators tremble in fear. It was extremely difficult to imagine how terrifying the ripples at the center of the collision were. It was also at this moment that many disciples revealed looks of shock once again. This was because they could clearly see that when the green arm collided with the demonic devouring black needle, it was actually not much weaker. However, in their original estimation, this new disciple's great thousand slaughtering spirit formation would be able to resist with difficulty, which was already the limit. However, from the looks of it now, how was it resisting with difficulty? It was clearly a situation where both sides were evenly matched. However, regardless of whether they found it unbelievable or not, the truth was the truth. This scene was placed in front of them, and they could not believe it. Chapter 664. The green palm and the demon-devouring black needle were in a stalemate. The two colors corroded each other, but no matter how much they corroded each other, it was difficult for one side to completely suppress the other. Such a situation naturally made Yen Chutian rejoice in his heart. He was very clear that it was fortunate that he had prepared the array materials beforehand. Otherwise, if they were to fight like this, not to mention whether he could fight against the other party, whether he could even set up the great thousand soul-slaughtering array was another matter altogether. Moreover, even if it was set up, without the support of the array materials, it would still be extremely difficult to fight against the other party's spiritual power. Yen Chutian rejoiced inwardly. In contrast, Qin Hao's face was incomparably gloomy. How could he have imagined that even the demon-devouring needle was blocked by the other party? But how was this possible? The power of his demon-devouring black needle was something that even a Yuanian Stage 9 cultivator would not dare to underestimate. The other party's array Dao was not weak, but even so, it should not be able to fight against him head-on. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much about it. In front of the array, the green palm's aura rose steadily. Qin Hao was very clearly aware that he still had the upper hand now, but as time passed, the situation would become extremely bad for him as the situation changed. This was because the array Dao was least afraid of a battle of attrition. Knowing this clearly, it was impossible for Qin Hao to just watch such a situation occur. Thus, while his expression was unsightly, he'd already formed seals with his hands. Vigorous black qi gushed out once more, transforming into numerous intertwined and surging black pillars that shot straight towards the devil-devouring black needle. When the two connected, the power within the black pillars wriggled and entered the demon-devouring black needle. Under such circumstances, the demon-devouring black needle, which already had the upper hand, became even more stable. Following that, the black needles were pushed out in the opposite direction step by step, heading straight for the green arm. Such a situation immediately made many disciples sigh inwardly. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. This new disciple was astonishing, and the power of the array he set up was even more unexpected. However, no matter how strange he was, Qin Hao was still an Iron Token disciple of the older generation. His foundation was incomparably deep, and it was clearly displayed in this exchange. Once the formation was broken, it would naturally be the end of that new disciple. With this thought in mind, many gazes subconsciously turned towards Yan Chutian. They wanted to know, facing such a situation, how could he still resist, or rather, what kind of expression would he have? However, when all the gazes converged, there was no sign of Yan Chutian. At this moment, the owners of these gazes were all subconsciously stunned. However, there were also some quick-witted disciples who immediately had a premonition. They suddenly realized that this new disciple was about to make a move. Sure enough, in the next moment, a ray of imperceptible star-mark light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The speed of the star-mark light was too fast. Not to mention the disciples who were watching, even Qin Hao himself only raised his head when he sensed the terrifying tearing intent. When he raised his head, he could clearly see that a ray of star-mark light had already appeared above his head. At the same time, he could even feel the tearing intent contained in this star-mark light. It was really too terrifying. This was fragmentary star-mark? Qin Hao exclaimed. How could he not recognize this spirit art? This was the same as the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Array. It was a method that was famous throughout the Firmament God Palace because of the first disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline. However, what kind of luck did this ant have? Not only did he know how to arrange the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Array, but he also mastered the fragmentary star-mark light. Moreover, with such a sharp tearing aura, the star-mark light that he had condensed had at least reached the fourth Yuan realm. In the blink of an eye, the star-mark light rapidly descended. There was only this line between heaven and earth, as if it had completely torn the sky apart. Only that ray of star-mark light continued to descend, hanging above Qin Hao's head. Damn it! At this critical moment, Qin Hao did not dare to hesitate. Layers of spirit energy surrounded his body. Even though it was done in a hurry, this kind of condensed defense was extremely powerful. At the very least, even if a Yuanying Stage 8 cultivator saw this, they would feel helpless. The moment Qin Hao's defense was condensed, the star-mark light finally completely descended. At the moment of contact, there was still no shocking movement. What everyone could see was two distinct forces constantly eroding each other. Following that, an extremely turbulent ripple of destruction spread out. This scene happened so quickly that many disciples were still staring with their eyes wide open. They did not expect this new disciple to be so fierce. He had just arranged a large array, and in the blink of an eye, he directly attacked Qin Hao. Was such a ferocious person really just a new disciple of the sect? Boom boom! The earth-shattering sound of the collision finally echoed slowly after a while. At this moment, their gazes converged. They had a premonition that the final result would be produced after this. Would Qin Hao win, or would the new disciple surprise everyone again? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Hao should still be better. After all, he was an old disciple for many years, and his foundation was extremely deep. Even if he was not ranked at the top of the dragon heads, he was not someone a new disciple could defeat. After a while, when all the commotion gradually subsided, many pairs of eyes impatiently looked towards the center of the collision. Shockingly, on the messy ground, there was only a slightly thin figure who was slightly panting and standing with his back bowed. However, when they saw this figure, all the disciples couldn't help but narrow their eyes. This was because this figure was not the Qin Hao they had imagined, but the new disciple, Yen Yun. How is this possible? Qin Hao actually lost to him? Many exclamations of surprise sounded out intermittently from all over the crowd. At this moment, even at the side of the fire pond at the bottom of the valley, there were many gazes that looked over. Their eyes were filled with shock. They never thought that the one who would have the last laugh would be this new disciple. After all, in their opinion, Qin Hao was one of the leaders. No matter how dazzling a new disciple was, it was impossible for him to defeat him. But now, the truth was right in front of them. Qin Hao had really lost to this new disciple. In the center of the collision, looking at Qin Hao, who had already fainted on the ground dozens of feet away, Yan Chutian finally heaved a sigh of relief. This Qin Hao was indeed strong, but it was not a waste for him to spend so many contribution points on the preparation of array materials. With the price of using up array materials and his own strength, he had finally defeated this strong enemy in front of the fire pond. However, he had to be careful from now on. He could only use the remaining array materials once more. As for the spirit grass, he would not use it if he could. After all, even if he had prepared the spirit rock marrow, this kind of thing that had side effects would still have some effect on his body. However, Yan Chutian was also clear that if he wanted to obtain one of the two spots, it would be impossible if he did not do his best. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian did not hesitate in the slightest. The fire pond was right in front of him, but because of Qin Hao, he had already been delayed for too long. If he did not hurry, who knew if he would be able to take out 10 wisps of fire and rush to the top of the promotion peak. Therefore, while secretly circulating the mysterious yang qi, Yan Chutian had already pushed off with the tip of his foot and quickly rushed to the bottom of the valley, heading straight for the fire pond. At the same time, looking at the thin figure that shot into the valley, many of the spectating disciples at the back gradually regained their senses. However, even after regaining their senses, they could not restrain the shock on their faces or in their hearts. Moreover, they were also clear that no matter what the final result was, the name of this new disciple would definitely spread among the Iron Token disciples. Moreover, with the time he had spent in the Meridian Channel, his reputation was likely enough to attract the attention of some Bronze or even Silver Token disciples. Yan Chutian did not know the thoughts of the disciples at the back. At this time, he was only staring at the fire pond at the bottom of the valley. The fire pond was more than 10 feet wide. In the magma-like scarlet-red pond, there were wisps of flames rising from time to time. The terrifying temperature was enough to burn the space and cause it to distort. There was no need to think too much about this fire pond. Those wisps of flames that rose from time to time were the flames that were necessary to climb the promotion peak. Chapter 665. At the bottom of the valley, there was a lonely flame pond. From time to time, there would be flames rising from the flame pond, burning the space before gradually sinking back into the flame pond. This flame pond was a place that all the disciples who entered the mountain range had to pass through. The flames that rose up from time to time were the flames that all the disciples desired. When Yan Chutian controlled his spiritual energy, he descended near the flame pond. As far as the eye could see, there were already many figures standing around the blazing fire pond. Among these figures, the weakest had already stepped into the Yuanying Realm Level 8. Most of them were Yuanying Realm Level 9 disciples, who were the leaders of the Iron Token disciples. Yan Chutian's arrival also attracted the gazes of many people around the flame pond. This was because even though they were anxious to collect the flames, they were still observing their surroundings. Under such observation, they naturally knew that it was this new disciple, who appeared to be merely at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, who had defeated Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao could not be said to be the overlord of the Iron Token disciples, he was still one of the leaders. Being able to defeat such a person, even with the power of the Array Dao, meant that he had the strength of a Level 9 Yuanying Realm Level 9. This strength was considered to be in the middle of the many people gathered around the flame pond. Even so, since they were able to walk to the flame pond, none of them were afraid. This was especially true for some of the dragon heads, whose fame was even greater than Qin Hao's. In their eyes, Qin Hao didn't count as anything much either. However, now was not the time to think too much. The flames were right in front of them, so they had to make the best use of their time to obtain 10 strands. Otherwise, they would not even be able to climb the advancement peak. With this thought, the many gazes that were looking over were withdrawn. Subsequently, they surrounded the fire pool in front of them and began to display their technique. At least for now, there was still a lot of flames in the flame pond, so it would not cause a fight. Instead, it would depend on whether or not they had the ability to collect the flames. Everyone displayed their techniques to collect the flames. Seeing this, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he stood to the side and observed the situation. The others did not find this strange, because many of them had chosen this when they came here. As he observed, Yan Chutian saw a 9th stage Yuanying disciple reach out with his spiritual energy hand seal and grab at the flames in the flame pond. However, this kind of spiritual energy handprint could only touch the flames. Immediately after, it was burned by the high temperature and turned into nothingness. There were even some disciples who wanted to use a method to restrain it. Cold air surged around them, and they cast a cold spirit spell. However, in the end, it still ended in failure. The temperature of the surging flames was simply too terrifying. Anyone who approached the rising flames were quickly incinerated and annihilated. As he observed, Yan Chutian's brows furrowed slightly. He did not expect the flame pool to be so troublesome. Originally, he thought that there would be a big fight on the promotion peak. Everyone would fight to determine the 2 people who would ascend to the promotion peak in the end. However, from the looks of it now, it was likely that this blazing fire pool would be able to stop most people. Furthermore, at this moment, he could not think of any way to deal with it. The flames of the blazing fire pool were too terrifying. Anyone who touched it would be incinerated into nothingness. However, the flames were hidden within the flames. If he did not reach into the flames, how would he be able to take them out? Thinking about this, Yan Chutian could only grit his teeth and form a spiritual energy hand seal. He also tried to reach into the flame pool. After all, he wanted to personally test just how terrifying this flame pool was. The result of this test was obviously a failure. The high temperature of the flame pool surged. Even before Yan Chutian's spiritual energy hand seal could touch the flames, it was directly incinerated into nothingness. At the same time, the surrounding gazes that were secretly looking over were calm. This was because in their eyes the result should have been like this. This flame pool was fierce, and even they were helpless against it. Naturally, this new disciple would be the same. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to the surrounding gazes. He only stared at the flame pool, a hint of contemplation constantly emerging between his brows. He would not blindly try an impossible method. However, from the previous test, he faintly felt a different meaning. It was just that he found it hard to believe. Therefore, he did not act rashly. Instead, he continued to form spiritual energy hand seals and slowly reached into the flame pool. Yan Chutian's test was seen by everyone. Immediately, many people sneered in their hearts. It was not that they had not tried this method before, but the result was always failure. Therefore, they quickly changed the method. However, this new disciple was actually blindly trying the same method. Could it be that he could suddenly increase the intensity of his spiritual energy by several times and withstand the flames of the flame pool? Under everyone's gaze, Yan Chutian's spiritual energy hand seal was once again incinerated into nothingness. This made them, who were already laughing in their hearts, feel even more disdain. Sure enough, this guy was simply doing something useless. Speaking of which, he was even more stupid. Wasn't his attainment in Array Dao extremely profound? Since that was the case, why not try it with Array Dao? Why did he stupidly do something useless? However, these sneering disciples did not know that when the second spiritual energy hand seal was quickly incinerated, Yan Chutian's eyes suddenly flashed with a wisp of light. Because at this moment, he had already noticed something. He felt that his spiritual energy seemed to have a pulling force towards the flames in the flame pool. To be more precise, the mysterious yang qi in his spiritual energy had a pulling force towards the flames. This was an indescribable feeling. However, if he simply released the mysterious yang qi, Yan Chutian felt that he might be able to directly suck out a flame. However, Yan Chutian was too clear that he could not act rashly. Otherwise, if others saw it, it would easily cause jealousy. At that time, if he was attacked by a group, it would be troublesome. After all, the current him did not have the strength to fight a group of wolves alone. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian did not directly try again. Instead, he glanced slightly and looked at an inconspicuous corner of the flame pool. Then, he slowly walked into the corner, deliberately accumulating a large amount of spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy was rich enough, he released the mysterious yang qi bit by bit. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to control it well. However, Yan Chutian was able to control it well because he was not only experienced, but also could scan with his spiritual eye. Under such circumstances, he really did not attract any strange gazes from others. Occasionally, they would only sneer at him. In their opinion, Yan Chutian just did not believe in evil and was doing something useless again. The spiritual energy handprint once again reached into the flame pool, and as usual, under the burning of the flame, the handprint quickly collapsed. Even with the support of the main spiritual energy, it could not last for more than 10 breaths before completely dissipating. The spiritual energy handprint returned to nothingness. In the eyes of everyone, Yan Chutian also withdrew his hand in disappointment. However, they did not know that under the sleeve of Yan Chutian's right arm there was a wisp of scorching hot flame. It was constantly wrapped by the mysterious yang qi and was finally completely withdrawn. When he withdrew the flame, Yan Chutian's heart was already filled with incomparable joy, gradually spreading out. He really did not feel that the mysterious yang qi had the ability to draw the flame. As long as he controlled it well, he would be able to obtain all 10 wisps of flame without anyone knowing. At that time, he could find a random reason to leave and go straight to the promotion peak. With this thought, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. When no one was looking at him, he once again repeated his previous actions. Using the same method, he quickly obtained the second wisp, the third wisp, and even more wisps of flame. However, during this process, there was no one around the flame pool who was paying attention to him. After all, with so many people trying, there was finally someone who succeeded in collecting the flame. Since someone had succeeded in front of everyone's eyes, it was only natural that countless gazes would scramble to gather on that person. Following that, they began to imitate him in an attempt to use the same method to obtain the flames. However, they soon awkwardly realized that not only was the collecting speed very slow, but it also required a strong foundation of cultivation as a foundation. In other words, one needed to be at least at the 9th level of yuanying to spend a lot of time and barely succeed in collecting the flame. Chapter 666. On the blazing flame pool, everyone tried their best to collect the wisps of flames that rose from the surface of the hot pool from time to time. Some people would eventually succeed, but even more people would always fail. It was too difficult to collect the flames, so much so that the faces of many disciples became more and more unsightly. After all, the total time of the advancement test was only 3 hours. At the same time, in a corner of the blazing flame pool that had been deliberately ignored, Yan Chutian was still slowly condensing a spiritual energy handprint, and then reaching into the blazing flame pool. It was just an attempt, but the result was that the spiritual energy handprint was quickly annihilated under the flames that were hot enough to burn space. In this place, the most the spiritual energy hand seal could touch was a wisp of flame. This kind of situation happened too often, and no one would pay attention to him, so no one would know. After another failure, Yan Chutian's palm under his robe had already slowly formed a wisp of flame. Just like before, he slowly withdrew the wisp of flame. Then, Yan Chutian's face that no one could see couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. So far, he had collected 9 wisps of flames. If he collected one more, he would be able to collect the 10 wisps of flames needed to ascend the promotion peak. He didn't know if anyone had already collected 10 wisps of flames before he entered the blazing flame pool. But at least after his arrival, he should be the first person to collect 10 wisps of flames. In this way, he could at least guarantee that he would be able to ascend the promotion peak before the end of the test. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian panted for a moment, then impatiently formed a spiritual energy handprint. While secretly pouring Xianyang Qi into it, he once again sent the spiritual energy handprint into the blazing flame pool. Qi. When the spiritual energy handprint approached a wisp of flame, an ear-piercing sizzling sound rang out continuously. It was the spiritual energy on the handprint that was rapidly being burned by the flames of the blazing flame pool. What happened next was the same as before. Even though Yan Chutian's spiritual energy handprint could hold on for a moment, it was still burned away by the flames. In the end, the spiritual energy handprint completely disappeared. It was obvious that Yan Chutian's attempt had failed. However, they did not know that it was precisely this seemingly stupid and useless action that caused another wisp of flame to appear under Yan Chutian's sleeve. Including this one, Yan Chutian had already collected 10 wisps of fire. Yan Chutian was secretly delighted that he had finally obtained the 10th flame. However, at the same time, he did not show the slightest bit of emotion on his face. Instead, he maintained his usual indifferent expression, and even deliberately revealed a depressed expression. Following that, he didn't leave rashly. Instead, he pretended to do something useless. Then, he quietly left the place before the crowd had the time to notice. For a living person like Yan Chutian to leave, it was naturally impossible for no one to notice. However, in their eyes, the other party knew that he had no hope of collecting the 10 wisps of fire, so he left. It was not as if there were no other people who left like him, so why would they care? Yan Chutian quickly left the blazing flame pool until he was completely out of sight of the crowd. Only then did he finally change his direction. Then, with a tap of his foot, he quickly headed deeper into the mountain range. Deeper into the mountain range, which was also where the final promotion peak was located. Because of the pleasant surprise in his heart, Yan Chutian didn't notice that when he was moving, there was already an indiscernible figure following his footsteps in the dark. However, after the pleasant surprise, Yan Chutian gradually regained his senses. After regaining his senses were extremely sharp. Almost in the blink of an eye, he detected the shadow in the dark. This made Yan Chutian feel that something was not right. He was not a fool. It was definitely not a coincidence that someone suddenly had their eyes on him at this time. Therefore, it was very likely that the other party had their eyes on him at the blazing flame pool. No matter how well he hid it, it was inevitable that no one would suspect him. Knowing that someone was following him, Yan Chutian naturally would not foolishly approach the promotion peak. Otherwise, if he directly attacked before the promotion peak, it was hard to guarantee that those who sensed him would not feel suspicious and immediately approach him. If that was really the case, Yan Chutian had no confidence that he could protect his 10 wisps of fire in the hands of so many people. The only choice was to directly defeat the other party before he approached the promotion peak. Then, before anyone felt suspicious, he would directly rush to the promotion peak. With that thought, although Yan Chutian did not stop, he also secretly reduced his speed. Then, he pretended to be suspicious and secretly set up the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation. The other party did not take the initiative to appear, so this was still his time. Even if he had the support of the formation materials, he could not guarantee that he could set up the formation during the battle with the other party. Therefore, with such precious time, how could he miss it? Naturally, he had to set up as much as he could. However, the other party was obviously not a stupid person. At the beginning, he did not notice anything. However, he quickly realized that Yan Chutian was clearly stalling for time. And with Qin Hao as an example, how could he not know why Yan Chutian was stalling for time? Therefore, in the next instant, a huge spiritual energy palm print appeared out of thin air and directly slammed towards Yan Chutian. Such a strong force, even if it suddenly appeared, was enough to slap a Yuanying level 8 cultivator half to death. However, Yan Chutian naturally would not be caught off guard. In the instant that the spiritual energy palm print slammed towards him, he had already tiptoed lightly. His body was like a ghost as he directly dodged it. As for that spiritual energy palm print, it could only heavily slam into the ground below. When a deafening boom sounded out, the ground was already in a mess, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Haha, as expected, you have already noticed it. Since that is the case, I will not hide any more. Faint laughter suddenly sounded out between heaven and earth. Immediately after, Yan Chutian could see a figure suddenly appear from the darkness and descend on the ground. Looking at the silver-armored youth who suddenly appeared, Yan Chutian's heart turned solemn. This was because he could sense that this silver-armored youth had already stepped into Yuanying level 9. Furthermore, the strands of dangerous aura that spread out were several times more intense than Qin Hao's. It was likely that this silver-armored young man was one of the bosses with an even greater reputation than that Qin Hao. May I know why you have stopped me? Although her heart was solemn, Yan Chutian's expression remained as calm as ever. At the same time as he spoke, he did not stop secretly. The great thousand spirit slaughtering array was still gradually unfolding. Hearing this, the silver-armored youth smiled faintly and was about to open his mouth to answer. However, at this moment, an extremely dangerous premonition suddenly emerged in Yan Chutian's heart. After experiencing too many life and death situations, Yan Chutian knew that this premonition was definitely not wrong. Therefore, even though the great thousand spirit slaughtering array was not completed, he could only stop and immediately dodge. Boom! The moment Yan Chutian dodged, an invisible sharp wind brushed past his body and landed. Suddenly, a majestic roar resounded. At the same time, one could see that a short mountain below had been forcefully torn apart. The topmost part had completely turned into dust and disappeared. Only at this moment did the silver-armored young man's unhurried laughter finally continue to ring out. Junior brother Yan, it's not good to play tricks in the dark when you are talking to someone. Hearing this, how could Yan Chutian not understand that the other party was referring to him secretly setting up the array? This made Yan Chutian's face turn slightly ugly. This was because he did not expect the other party's perception to be so sharp. At the same time, the silver-armored youth did not seem to notice Yan Chutian's expression and continued to speak slowly. Junior brother Yan, regardless of whether you know me or not, I will introduce myself here. My name is Tai Xian, and I am considered the most senior among the Iron Token disciples. Therefore, if possible, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to be promoted to a Bronze Token disciple. At this point, the silver-armored youth, who was Tai Xian, looked at Yan Chutian's body and smiled strangely. Thinking about it, to be able to appear here, you must have gathered enough flames on your body. Therefore, I wonder if I can borrow a few flames from you. Chapter 667. How could Yan Chutian not understand what Tai Xian was trying to say when he heard Tai Xian's creepy words? How could Tai Xian just borrow Huoyan? He was clearly going to snatch it. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't have the Huoyan you want. TSK. Junior brother Yan, you're being too stupid. Since it's a loan, I'm willing to compensate you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Yan Chutian sneered when he heard Tai Xian's words. What kind of compensation could compare to being promoted to a bronze disciple? However, he knew that it was useless to say anything more. Tai Xian had already made his stance clear. If he didn't hand over Huoyan, he wouldn't let him go. But even so, he, Yan Chutian, was not afraid. What's more, he, Yan Chutian, was not a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Tai Xian narrowed his eyes when he sensed Yan Chutian's growing aura. How could he not know what kind of thoughts the other party was harboring? Tai Xian sneered when he realized what Tai Xian was thinking. It was true that Tai Xian had defeated Qin Hao, but he wasn't someone Qin Hao could compare to. Even if Tai Xian was extorting Qin Hao, he was confident that he could make Tai Xian hand over Huiyan. Not to mention that he knew very well that it was Qin Hao's carelessness that caused him to be defeated by his opponent's formation. However, Tai Xian wouldn't foolishly give Tai Xian time to set up his formation. It seems that junior brother Yin doesn't want to borrow senior brother Huiyan. This is truly a pity. After all, in senior brother's opinion, junior brother was a good person to befriend. However, even if junior brother Yin doesn't want to hand over Huiyan, I'm afraid it won't work. A faint smile slowly came from Tai Xian's mouth. When the last word was spoken, Tai Xian's originally silent figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. There seemed to be a flash of silver light between the heavens and earth. Following which, a fair palm abruptly descended from behind Yan Chutian. The white hand looked thin and weak, but the movement it caused was enough to shatter the surrounding space. The destructive power was enough to severely injure a cultivator at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. The white palm containing the power of destruction descended, but just as it was about to make contact with Yan Chutian's body, the latter's figure was like a broken shadow, rapidly disappearing from the spot. Yan Chutian's sudden disappearance caused the palm to stop its probing motion. Then, the figure concealed behind the palm gradually revealed itself. I saw you from afar, junior brother Xian's amazing. Now that I've personally tested it. Tai Xian's praise with a faint smile slowly rang out. Although it was praise, how could Yan Chutian not hear the cold intent hidden in his words? Obviously, Tai Xian was going to use his real strength. And as expected by Yan Chutian, the former's figure abruptly vanished from the spot in the next instant. However, he didn't immediately rush to Yan Chutian's side to launch an attack. Instead, strands of cold purple light appeared between heaven and earth. As the purple and cold light intersected, a terrifying freezing power that seemed to be able to freeze space rapidly spread out in the sky. As the purplish cold light spread to where Yan Chutian was, a mocking laughter resounded once again. I've finally found you! At the same time, Yan Chutian felt that the situation was not good. He lifted his foot to activate the Xian shadow again. But it was also at this moment that the freezing power spread rapidly, forcefully causing his speed to slow down for a breath. A breath's time didn't seem long, but for an expert, it was enough to determine the winner. Therefore, he could clearly see that at this moment, another white palm slammed toward him. This attack seemed to be the same as before, but in reality, there was an additional surge of killing power within the surging palm force. Boom! In the next moment, a loud roar resounded once again. In that direction, a figure seemed to have smashed into the ground, stirring up dust and powerful energy ripples. The source of the turbulent power was a silver-armored figure, and a white palm that was slowly reaching back. Even now, the white palm was still exuding a terrifying killing aura. Even the space around it was trembling incessantly. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the real attack was if the remaining power was already so strong. The test mountain range was not small, but it was definitely not big either. Therefore, the continuous movements here finally attracted the attention of others. Perhaps the Iron Token disciples, who were the leaders, didn't have time to care because they had to collect Huiyan. However, the disciples, who knew that it was hopeless and didn't have any hope, couldn't help but secretly move closer and look over. Many pairs of eyes looked over and naturally converged on the extraordinarily handsome figure in silver armor. That is Tai Xian? With such a commotion, could it be that someone fought with him just now? Who is it that can make Tai Xian fight with him? Many exclamations sounded at the same time when they saw the silver-armored Tai Xian. Tai Xian was really famous among the Iron Token disciples. Even among the leaders, only one or two of them could be compared to him. Therefore, they were looking forward to seeing who the person fighting with Tai Xian was. A somewhat skinny young man's figure appeared in front of everyone's sight when the dust that had surged into the sky gradually quietened down. There was a large, eye-catching pit on the ground. When they saw this figure, the eyes of many disciples suddenly hardened. They never expected that the person fighting with Tai Xian would be him. This is actually the new disciple, Yan Yun? How long has it been since he fought with Qin Hao? Why is he fighting with Tai Xian so soon? I don't know the reason, but this time he is in for a treat. Tai Xian is stronger than Qin Hao. Moreover, with Qin Hao as an example, Tai Xian will definitely not give him a chance to delay the formation. Yan Chutian ignored the commotion of the crowd in the distance. In the large pit, he gently lifted his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground and immediately soared into the sky. Tai Xian was really strong. He was a level higher than Qin Hao. However, this also stimulated the battle intent in Yan Chutian's heart. Tai Xian was strong, but could it be that he, Yan Chutian, did not have the ability to fight back? Although Yan Chutian was in a sorry state, with traces of blood everywhere, he was still able to soar into the sky and did not seem to be injured. Although Tai Xian's expression did not change much, a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was confident that this attack could seriously injure a level 8 Yuanian cultivator. However, it did not have much effect on this level 4 Yuanian cultivator. As expected, this guy could not be judged with common sense. That Qin Hao being defeated at his hands, even if there was an element of carelessness, it couldn't be said to be unjust. However, that was all. He would not give Tai Xian any chance. With this thought in mind, Tai Xian once again extended his hand. This time, under his hand gesture, an unconcealed boundless cold purple light crazily gushed out, heading straight for Yan Chutian. This cold purple light was obviously not nameless. Therefore, it immediately caused quite a commotion among the crowd in the distance. This is the purple frost chi. This is a mysterious power that Tai Xian derived from his spiritual energy. It is extremely difficult to deal with. He directly used the purple frost chi. It seems that Tai Xian does not want to give Yan Yun any chance. Speaking of which, if Qin Hao made a prompt decision and did not give his opponent any chance, he would not have been defeated so miserably. The purple frost chi gushed toward him. Having tasted it once, Yan Chutian naturally would not be so easily contaminated by it again. The chi around him surged out rapidly, wrapping around his body, not allowing the purple frost chi to touch him. The chi did have the effect of blocking it, but the purple frost chi was not simple. Especially with the support of Tai Xian's huge foundation, the purple frost chi gushed out continuously as if it was endless. Under such circumstances, Yan Chutian had no choice but to immediately use the Xianyang Qi to wrap around the innermost layer of his body. The power of the Xianyang Qi was displayed once again. Even though the purple frost Qi was extremely terrifying, it was still blocked by the Xianyang Qi and was gradually weakened. Chapter 668. It wasn't that Tai Xian couldn't feel the purple frost Qi in his body, but that it was affected by some kind of power. Therefore, his face couldn't help but reveal a strange color. This purple frost Qi was painstakingly condensed by him. On the basis of spiritual energy, it was integrated with the powerful force of extreme ice. In the past, when he used it, many of his opponent's spiritual energy defenses would be directly frozen and couldn't withstand a single blow. Therefore, how could he have thought that the purple frost Qi would be useless in the hands of the new disciple in front of him? However, he did not say anything when he recalled the strangeness that the other party had displayed all along. All he did was coldly snort. Immediately, he formed a seal with his palm. That vast purple cold aura no longer charged forward in a barbaric manner. Instead, it swiftly gathered under his palm. In just a few breaths, the purple frost Qi had already condensed into a huge palm print. The extreme ice power spread out, and the frozen veins could be clearly seen. It had already spread out from the space. The extreme frost intent made many of the iron plate disciples, who were watching from afar, subconsciously shiver. Sensing the change in the opponent's attack, Yan Chutian didn't dare to be negligent. The mysterious yang qi that was originally lingering on the surface of his body was driven and quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. Faintly, an unimaginable majestic power was continuously accumulating within that seemingly thin palm like a tidal wave. In the next moment, under Tai Xian's cold face, the purple frost giant palm was immediately aggressive, exuding a fierce freezing power, and directly enveloped Yan Chutian. However, at this moment, the power that Yan Chutian had long been brewing in the palm of his hand finally exploded. Mysterious yang energy! Boom boom! An enormous rumbling sound immediately rang out in an earth-shattering manner. The aftermath of the turbulent roar quickly spread out. Such an astonishing collision naturally attracted countless gazes. Under the attention of the crowd, after a few breaths, a figure was clearly thrown out from the collision and heavily smashed into the ground. After a while, when the movement gradually calmed down, Tai Xian, who was wearing silver armor, was still standing proudly in the sky with the purple frost qi under his feet. Such a scene caused the crowd to not even need to think. The person who had crashed into the ground in such a sorry state was definitely that new disciple. Although this result did not shock the entire crowd, it was within the expectations of many disciples. After all, with his iron xian strength, he was already one of the best among the iron plate disciples. Even Qin Hao, who was also a leader, was not as good as him. Therefore, the scene of this new disciple in a sorry state was within the expectations of many people. Just as everyone revealed a look of understanding, the figure that had crashed into the ground once again rose into the air. Looking towards the direction of this wretched figure, it was indeed Yan Chutian. However, Yan Chutian did not reveal any ugly expression in the face of such a situation. The other party was at the 9th level of the Yuanying school and was even stronger than Qin Hao. If he didn't rely on the formation, it would indeed be difficult for him to contend against it. Such an outcome was within his expectations. However, what he needed to do was not stupidly face the other party head-on. Instead, he needed to stall for time and set up the great thousand spirit slaughtering formation. Yan Chutian believed that even the vigilant Tai Xian would not be able to detect that he was setting up a formation. Moreover, even if he did detect it, he would not be able to believe it. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up a formation, let alone during a battle. The only reason he was able to do it was because of the experience of his previous life, as well as the fact that he could not obtain it in his previous life. It was the strongest auxiliary power of the Array Dao, the spiritual eye. Haha! Junior brother Yan, why are you still so stubborn? As long as you are willing to lend me the Huiyan, I, Tai Xian, will still keep my word. I will still give you the corresponding compensation. Tai Xian said slowly with a faint smile as he looked at the wretched Yan Chutian. Tai Xian believed that Lin Fan was a smart person. Now that they had arrived at such a situation, they would wisely make the most correct choice. But what he never expected was that Yan Chutian only gave a mocking smile at his joke. You don't have the qualifications to take my Yan Yun's things. Tai Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then, the faint smile on his face gradually turned cold. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so unappreciative of his kindness. Could it be that he thought that he still had the strength to resist when things had already come to this? TSK. It seems like junior brother Yan will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since that is the case, I hope junior brother will not regret what happens next. The moment Tai Xian said the last word, a faint murderous aura was emitted from his body. Tai Xian was not a soft-hearted person to have reached this stage. Not to mention that Lin Fan was a stubborn person who did not know what was good for him. With this thought, Tai Xian did not hesitate anymore. He once again activated the massive amount of purple frost chi in his body. A purple light that was deeper than the previous two quietly appeared on his fingertip. If someone could look closer, they would realize that this deep purple light was actually a drop of purple marrow. It was not easy to obtain this purple marrow. Tai Xian had worked hard for a long time before he finally managed to condense a drop of it from the massive amount of purple frost chi. Because it was not easy to obtain, he did not use it easily. Because of this, once he used something that he did not use easily, it would definitely be his most terrifying killing move. However, since Tai Xian had already said those words, the prideful Tai Xian naturally wanted to beat the other party to the ground and not give him the slightest chance. Huff! Junior brother Yen, this is the purple marrow. The next spirit art is also my strongest one. I hope junior brother will not regret your decision. As for this spirit art, it is called the Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal. The moment Tai Xian said the last word indifferently, only a dazzling purple light was left in the world. Everyone looked over and saw the drop of purple marrow gradually floating above Tai Xian's head. As the drop of purple marrow floated in the air, the purple frost chi in the world seemed to have met their king and crazily gathered together. Not long after, with the purple marrow as the center, a purple seal appeared between the heavens and the earth. The moment the purple seal was formed, an icy killing intent that was several times more terrifying than before swept out crazily. The power of this spirit art was Tai Xian's Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal. At the same time, when the Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal appeared, countless exclamations sounded in the heavens and the earth one after another. Those gazes were all competing to look at the only bright spot in the world, which was where the Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal was located. At this moment, even the other dragon heads beside the fire pond, who were in a hurry to gather 10 wisps of fire, were stunned as they all looked over. Although they already knew that there was a battle going on over there, and vaguely knew who the two parties were, they did not expect it to be so. However, they never imagined that Tai Xian would actually use the Scattered Source Purple Essence Seal. Which dragon head did not know how terrifying the Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal was? Especially those who had personally experienced the terror of the Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal. Back to the main topic. A purple seal gradually took shape as a powerful aura swept across the heavens and the earth. Facing such an aura, Yen Chutian's face was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, the great thousand spirit slaughtering array had not been completed, so he could only use the Xianyang Devour to deal with it. However, Yen Chutian also knew that the mysterious Sun Devour was not without an upper limit. With his current cultivation and level of mysterious Sun Qi, the mysterious Sun Devourer could only absorb attacks like Qin Hao's. Therefore, facing Tai Xian's attack, which was stronger than Qin Hao's, even he was not confident. However, since he had already reached this step, there was naturally no way out. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian closed his eyes as he mobilized all the mysterious Sun Qi in his body. When the Scattered Source Purple Marrow Seal was formed, even Tai Xian's eyes were emitting a strange purple light. He looked over and saw that Yen Chutian had actually closed his eyes at this moment. He could not help but be stunned. However, he immediately laughed coldly. In his opinion, his opponent should not have completed the array, so what could he use to resist? As for his current appearance, it was no different from pretending to be mysterious. In the next instant, Tai Xian no longer hesitated as he gently waved his hand. The Tianyang, like purple seal, descended from the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. Chapter 669. The Scattered Source Purple Essence Seal slowly descended. Even though it was silent, the aura that spread out was comparable to the power to destroy the world. Such a situation caused many of the disciples who saw this scene to sigh in amazement in their hearts. Such a terrifying spirit art attack, even some of the leaders at the 9th level of the Yuanying realm would find it difficult to resist, right? It was also because of this that the new disciple would definitely not be able to escape defeat. After all, even if he was lucky enough to defeat Qin Hao, it was because he relied on the power of the array. But now the array had not appeared, so how could he resist? The purple square seal finally descended. When it descended above Yan Chutian's head, the hidden and terrifying killing intent finally completely erupted. The surging power caused the surrounding space to shatter. Then, the power continued to spread. Everywhere it went, space continued to collapse, and there was no place that was intact. But it was also at this moment that Yan Chutian, who had his eyes tightly closed for a long time, finally slowly opened them. And when he opened his eyes, an indescribable mysterious power slowly spread as he gradually opened his hand. This power was the mysterious Yang Devourer of the mysterious Yang scripture. It's over. Under Tai Xian's scattered source purple essence seal, even that Qin Hao will not have the slightest bit of luck. Speaking of which, this new disciple is also extraordinary. To be able to reach this step, to be able to fight head-on with Tai Xian, and even force the latter to use such a spirit art. Yeah, even if he fails today, there will be few who can match up to him in the future among the Iron Token disciples. At the same time, there were many discussions in the crowd that were watching from afar. Their gazes were fixed on the dazzling purple square seal that was slowly engulfing Yan Chutian's thin figure. However, just as they were about to shift their gazes away after confirming the result, suddenly they saw that the purple seal that was descending seemed to have an abnormality. This caused many of them to be slightly stunned. Then, they hurriedly focused their attention. Under this careful observation, they finally discovered a situation that caused everyone's faces to change in shock. That was because they truly saw that the scattered source purple essence seal, that was originally slowly descending, had actually stiffly stopped above the new disciple's head at this moment. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter was that as the purple seal stiffened, the light and aura emitted by the purple seal were rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of disappearance was truly sudden. It felt as if something had suddenly swallowed him up. This scene caused the disciples who were watching from afar to be shocked. At the same time, they continuously cast even more shocked gazes towards the figure that was less than half a foot away from the rigid scattered source purple essence seal. They were not fools, so they naturally guessed who was the cause of this situation. But it was precisely because they knew it that they found it even more unbelievable. How could they have imagined that the new disciple had actually used such a strange method to block or even destroy Tai Xian's attack without relying on a formation? At this moment, not to mention the crowd, even Tai Xian, who was the owner of the attack, had a similar change in expression. A trace of unconcealable shock continuously spread across his face. As the owner of the attack, he was naturally more aware of the destructive power contained in his attack. However, it was precisely because he was clear that he was shocked that his opponent, who was only at the 4th level of the Yuanying realm, was able to block his attack without relying on a formation. Moreover, the way he blocked it was extremely strange. It was a method that was close to swallowing his own scattered source purple essence seal. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down at this moment. Everyone was quietly watching the commotion in front of them. There were no strange sounds. At this very moment, although Yan Chutian had a calm expression on his face, only he knew that the profound sun devourer he had unleashed had reached its limit. The situation was just as he had thought. The mysterious sun devourer was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful it was, there was a certain limit to it. With his current cultivation and the level of his mysterious sun qi, being able to swallow Qin Hao's attack was already his limit. Therefore, when facing Tai Xian, who was stronger than Qin Hao, he finally revealed a trace of reluctance. However, no matter how reluctant Yan Chutian was, he knew that he could not reveal the slightest bit of his strength. These disciples of the Cloud Sky faction were at least Iron Token disciples. They should not know about the outer sect matters. Therefore, they were not aware of this technique of his. Otherwise, Tai Xian would definitely not stop here. He was afraid that a series of surging attacks would come continuously. If that was really the case, then he would very likely lose the chance to win. However, he had already reached this step. How could he fail? He had to seize the opportunity. Even if it was barely, he had to be one step ahead and obtain the identity of a bronze token disciple. The scattered source purple essence seal froze for a dozen breaths. In the end, it was completely swallowed by Yan Chutian's mysterious sun devour. However, he was very clear that this did not mean that he had succeeded. When Tai Xian came back to his senses, his situation would still be terrible. Therefore, he had to be the first to seriously injure Tai Xian and force him to retreat. With this thought, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? Even if he had used the mysterious sun devour to its limit, it had still caused him a lot of injuries. However, he still closed his eyes and immediately revealed the great formation that he had been concentrating on for a long time. Boom! 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 Beams of dazzling green light continuously soared into the sky. In the dazzling light, a huge formation finally descended between heaven and earth. As for this green light formation, what else could it be other than the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation? The Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation appeared. However, this time, Yan Chutian's movements were clearly much faster than before. This was because he was very clear that he did not have much time. Therefore, the moment the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation appeared, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 100 feet of the formation was rapidly drawn over and gathered into the great formation. Under the accumulation of such a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, a green palm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the green palm appeared in the world, the aura that spread out caused everyone to come back to their senses. At the same time, it also caused Tai Xian to be alarmed. Originally, everything was under his control, but now, for the first time, an ugly expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that he would not be able to defeat his opponent even after using a drop of purple marrow at all costs. Instead, he allowed Tai Xian to use this opportunity to attack him. However, even so, Tai Xian was still proud. He did not believe that a guy at the 4th level of the Yuanying stage could do anything to him, even if he used the power of the formation. One had to know that he, Tai Xian, was not a talentless trash like Qin Hao. Scattered source purple marrow bell. With this thought, Tai Xian muttered to himself. He had already used another drop of purple marrow at all costs. In an instant, a small drop of purple marrow emitted thousands of rays of purple light that covered his entire body. Following that, the rays of light continued to squirm and gradually condensed into an ancient bell that completely protected Tai Xian. The ancient purple bell shone brightly. Although the purple light was not dazzling, it was extremely thick. It was as if no matter how strong the attack was, it would be difficult to destroy it. Dong! Just as the purple bell formed around Tai Xian's body, the green palm of Yan Chutian's Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering array had already descended and slammed down heavily towards him. The green arm slammed onto the purple bell, and a muffled rumbling sound akin to the collision of meteorites immediately resounded. Under this attack, the purple bell was not destroyed, and the green palm was not destroyed either. The two still collided, and layers of energy ripples spread out. The situation was extremely shocking. However, it was this evenly matched scene that caused the corners of Tai Xian's mouth to curl up into a smile. He himself had mastered powerful offensive spells, so he naturally knew that offensive spells were all about defeating the enemy in one strike. This was because it was different from defensive spells. The moment an offensive spell descended, its momentum would be at its strongest, and after that, it would continuously weaken. If the attack failed, it was obvious that the attack would be weakened. How could it possibly break through the opponent's defense? At this very moment, the relationship between the green arm and his scattered source purple essence bell was like this. As long as he waited for his purple clock to completely obliterate this attack, he would immediately launch a counterattack. At that time, even if he relied on the power of the formation, he would definitely let him know how stupid he was to fight against him with only the 4th level of the Yuanying stage.